And hello everybody. I know it's been a hot minute, but we are finally back with some Soul Hunter Academy, episode 32, along with that of the big claps. As a big claps around to everybody that has been here so far. Today is a little bit of a, I guess, special day, as I will be giving that of the small little recap here, as there isn't really much to really go into. Says today, or I should say today, last session, everybody pretty much did a couple of preparations in order to combat this exam, this combat-like test. And from last session, we see that it was a pretty intense and long fought fight with something that they didn't even know that they were going to end up fighting, to be that of these tooth-like fairies, as well as that of a bone devil. Nothing too out of the ordinary, obviously. Corona, I don't know if you had chosen your soul catalyst from last time.
I did not, because I forgot until after the session ended, and then I told you, and you said to wait. I waited.
Right. So then I will now reveal to you the soul catalyst choice as what comes from that of the bone devil. As you stir a little bit over that, everybody here has essentially gotten that of a bit of a short rest here, as it's more of like a 15-minute break. So unfortunately, Big Rat will not come back during this time. Big Rat did fight a valiant fight though in the last session, standing his own against quite literally swarms of these swarms of these tooth fairies.
Big Rat could take a bone devil. You just have to believe.
Believe in disadvantage.
Big Rat only dies when we stop believing.
There you go. I've chosen fire immunity. I already have flight, and I don't need better dark vision.
Also, you do know that I will say that better dark vision is devil sight, which is, I think,
Yeah,
Immunity
I know.
to magical
You can
darkness.
see in magical darkness. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need to see in magical darkness.
I'm just saying. Either way, I will now proceed to unpause this game, as we will start to proceed to kind of get the bodies a little bit littered out of the way, out of the screen. You know that they're there, and they probably had somebody, I would say, come down and proceed to kind of take the bodies slowly back from any of the destruction that you guys have done so far. And honestly, everybody here has done well so far. So it kind of just comes down to whenever you guys feel ready for that of the second part of this test. Of the exam, I should say. As essentially 15 minutes will pass, Deslar will be ready to give you that of the long-awaited fight.
So, did you guys end up doing any research on this thing in character? Is there anything that I, as a player, should know that I was not here for?
We had Glacier do all of the research.
All the research that Glacier got was pretty much its lore. I'd have to look back a little bit at where it's floor would be.
It's a big boy.
Here you go. Oh, that is a little bit of a weird language is trying to do that. Anyways. Common, there we go.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of the lore if you guys want to look over it. However, at this point in time, it's kind of just where do you guys want to position yourself? Do you guys want to make any specific plan before continuing this on? And whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for the poison immunity from the fire immunity.
Let's see here. We're gonna shift ourselves over here.
Get into the center.
We don't know where this thing's coming out from, honestly.
I don't have a lot of
Quite literally, it could come out from any of these kind of sections of metal that kind of you saw go up when there was plenty of those swarms coming out in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like good enough reason to move to the middle to me.
Yeah.
Position myself here. That way I can just waddle around wherever I feel like it.
Glacier's going to move to the middle and hope that it doesn't fall from the sky.
Oh, this is a psychic thing. Here, I got you. This is the text.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I don't have anything I can really cast in advance.
Alrighty then. I was gonna say, giving you all a second if y'all were still reading that. Then in that same vein here, I will stop this music for the time being, as you will hear that from Neslar as he proceeds on. Are you all proceeding to be that of ready or whatever it is that you need at this time?
As ready as you'll allow us to be.
Exactly. That's what I love to hear. Now, without further
Hey, this
ado,
man,
bring it down, as you will start to see that from essentially is the top side of this map. I'll just say the top side of this map, where you will see that of these the metal like sliding doors coming on down. And at first, you don't hear or see anything in specific, almost as if like in the shadows, or I should say in the shadows, but more like it's in the shadow of something huge, something you don't see at very first. That is until I want to put on this one. Yes. That is until you start to see what seems to be like, and quite literally a flash coming out from from the woodworks, essentially in a very swift motion, rush out before anyone is really able to do too much, as you will see it proceed to swiftly come out and basically go and not even like pin at first is what you thought it might have done, but kind of slam by Amp, knocking him unconscious for the time being. And just so you guys understand, before I finish explaining how this is gonna look, because it's not just that, it is a lot more. As this will be counted as one entity, which is why I have the symbol in the front. However, its entire body is there.
Oh my god, you segmented it.
Oh yes, I did.
So maybe don't cut it in half. That feels like a bad idea.
Nah, it's one big entity. You're not compartmentalizing it. It's just for the sake of not having it just occupy this massive space, and specifically the spaces that he wants it to. It is
I feel like
It
you
is
could
being
have had a
chain
body
linked.
image.
It does
Nah,
have a
'cause
body.
that-
It's got an image. Hold on. I just wanted to show off. This is how it would look on the map first. Before I show it off here. Here we go. You're 100 and basically 150, 120 feet, however long it looks on that of the map. You're quite literally that of a megapede, as you will see the black hair from the top of it all across its spine, with the very fast crawling with the very fast little crawlers, like little legs. As I was saying before, it basically came out very swiftly before anyone was able to react. But
105 feet so far.
yeah.
Close enough.
With that, feel free to put yourselves onto initiative, as you will see Sharik also getting that fired up for this. She seems like she has a very big smile on her for some reason, even though one of her allies has just been already knocked out from this. And then Glacier, do you get any? You don't get advantage, do you?
I don't believe so.
Just this is begin combat. Speaking of Glacier, you are up first. I will say you do not specifically have to target its head to attack it, as this is a huge creature. Huge, more so long, however you want to say. However, I will ask you, what do you want to do?
Well, first things first, Glacier is going to move back down to that bottom left-hand corner she just got out of. Far away from the thing as possible. But second, does it seem like it has any of those eggs on its back?
Jeez. For this. Does it seem like it has any of those eggs on its back at the very moment?
Yes.
Can you give me a perception check?
Sure, I mean, kinda, you know. One of you guys can give a perception check for me. And if I'm
You got
proficient,
25.
25.
if a 25 fails, I can add side die.
Uh,
I don't think that fails.
25. You will notice a couple of hidden sacks along its back. You could probably count to be there to be about 10.
Glacier is going to target those wherever they may be when she's attacking, in hopes of maybe destroying them before they become a problem later.
All right.
But yeah, she's just gonna do her usual thing. She throw, and then bonus action, she throw, and then bonus action, she throw. Actually, I lied. Bonus. No, I didn't. I was right. I'm sorry, I don't have my sheet in front of me. Yeah. Throw.
All right. So you're aiming for the eggs.
Yes, indeed.
Range attack. Range attack. Attack. On a 29 hits, 19 hits, 23 hits. As you will clear that of basically making it look like 3 kind of just boils almost kind of like pop on the top of this entire mega bead basically.
Wonderful. That'll be turn.
Becomes Sharik's turn as Sharik's got one specialty really. She's gonna go up. Head. And she's gonna try to attack it. Unfortunately, on an 11, it does not hit. And it is. I'm gonna have to be doing some manual rolls here because it's the crit thing still wanted to go back to doing a weird thing here. But, either way, 11 does not hit, and she does not get her additional attacks off because of it. As she tried to pretty much punch into it with some of the bones surrounding her hand, and then on the strike, she kind of found out that this thing is kind of tough. Oh boy, time for this mega bead. So because I had this initially planned here with Amp, it is going to be a little bit different here than what some of it's going to say. But essentially, Megapede is going to proceed to swiftly start to essentially surround you, start to surround at least what seems like towards the middle. Going specifically to Fun first here, as we're going to target. We use multi-attack here. I am dimming this down, as I said. I had this in mind with Amp here, but since Amp is not here, it makes one bite attack, and then it uses the other ability. So onto that of Fun.
Ooh, boy.
Again, it's not the correct. not correct numbers.
I'm just gonna move to this diagonal just to really limit some amount of mobility here. If she can at all. And then...
What are you talking about?
It's not your turn. You're taking damage.
Oh, I'm taking damage? Oh, whoops, my bad. I heard name and then my brain just went, ooh. Because I saw the thing. But yeah, that hits.
Give me
Oh,
a
Jesus
second.
Christ.
As I said, it is doing the thing with me again where I can't really change it. Because it's doesn't love it. There we go. That's going to be 21 piercing damage and 24 poison damage as it proceeds to scrumptiously bite on you.
That's a lot of damage. Reaction. Please make me a dexterity saving throw. Because tiefling. That's cool. Take 5 fire damage.
I'm slowly
Yeah,
doing
do
it.
the-
It's fine.
I just so that
as-
you know what the line they were taking was.
As I'm doing that now. Now for its secondary attack here, it will use... it's going to use Psychic Bomb on Corona here.
Hello. So it's a wisdom saving throw?
Yep, DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, or else take that of 20.
Well, I got a 28. I take
You
half.
take half as much damage, so that would be 14
You
psychic.
said psychic. Okay, cool. 14. How do I do that? I guess I just do it manually. So 766. Alright, cool.
And with that, it will end its turn here. Fun.
Fun looks at the damage that she just took and just goes, yeah, this is gonna be a real pain, isn't it? Alright. And she is going to drop both hand axes and go all out for once. We're gonna spend a key point for Flurry of Blows with that miss. And we're gonna spend a second key point with the extra attack. And then there's our Flurry of Blows, which is gonna be 2 bonus actions. On that crit, I'm also gonna spend a third key point for Hand of Harm. Is this immune to poisoned? The condition, not the damage. While you figure that
Rear
out, I'm gonna
unarmed
roll the rest.
Rear unarmed strikes magic.
Yes, they are.
Um,
Oh, they're not? That is probably my fab. Let me
no, it should
figure
be
that out.
it's all good either way. But is it immune to poison the condition? No.
Okay, then it is also poisoned, no save. Until the end of my next turn, but let me just roll the rest of the unarmed strikes. That was the first two, this is third, I got 3 more. Alright. I know the 10 doesn't hit. Does the 16 hit?
The 16 does hit.
Okay. Then let me just go to my features. End of harm. I don't need to consume resource. This is a crit, so we're gonna roll for crit as a 14. Extra necrotic. Is all the damage already in there, or do you want me to total it?
I'm working on it. Alright, you proceeded to punch the ever-living heck out of this big megapede.
And just for my own curiosity, because I was not doing math in my brain, let me just check this. Oh yeah. That checks out. No actions left, no bonus actions left. On death's door. Yeah, sounds like a good time to end the turn.
Alright, then Corona becomes your turn.
Okay, well, first, bonus action, do a hexing. Make it so that I deal more damage against it and all that shenaniganry. Then, as my action, you know what? I'm gonna test just to see if this works. I'm gonna use my channel divinity, and it must make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Okay, got a
Damn.
19.
Ah. I
Kind of
got
just repels off whatever divinity you're trying to put onto it.
well. That uses my turn. I don't feel like moving away from it. So I will, just in case I need to heal you, I will get closer to you. But otherwise,
As you end your turn, it becomes Glacier's.
Glacier is a simple girl with simple weapons and eggs. She will continue popping eggs. Three more eggs, 3 more attacks. Attack with one of her psychic knives. Bonus action, psychic knife. Bonus action, psychic knife.
A 16, a 20, and a 25 all hit as you pop 3 more eggs.
I am a simple creature. That is turn.
Fantastic. Sharik trying to somewhat follow this Megapede a little bit while still also trying to give it a good attack here. She's gonna try to put her the fists up. And 27 does hit, so that means she will be able to attack 2 more times here. And still rolling here, a lot of damage. So she'll be doing a total of 34 more damage to it. You will see as she kind of starts bashing into the side of this thing. She looks quite happy with herself at the very moment. But with that, it does end her turn as it comes out of the Megapede once more. As I slowly move all these other things around, you'll see here eventually. It's going to make its multi-attack once more. Yes, I know the
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. However, this attack is going on to that of Corona.
All right. So what's it do with?
It's going to try to bite.
What is my AC again?
I think you should be fine.
AC is 15.
Yeah, 15 doesn't hit.
Yeah, because I can't wear armor.
Which is all perfectly fine. As for its secondary attack here, it will use its life drain, and you will start to see as it kind of the top of the hairs on the top start to kind of wiggle around a bit as it feels like it's trying to drain that of all of your lives around it. Glacier is the only one I think not in range of this because its entire body does count.
I am resistant to necrotic damage, so I would take less.
Okay, the 21 is correct.
I would take a quarter damage from that. DC?
Let me make her do the con too. As Sharik does unfortunately fail it, she will use up one of her legendary resistances.
Excuse me, what?
What?
Guys, our ally has legendary resistances.
I don't know, man. You didn't ask what. I don't know.
Honestly, close enough. I don't feel like keeping track.
Either way, I think that is it for now for the Megapede. Does the poison condition still stay?
It stays till the end of my turn.
Okay. Fun, it becomes
You
your
have a
turn.
couple more over here.
Okay, Fun is gonna punch twice, spend 2 more key points as well. So they'll pop me down to 4. Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit.
Cool. 27 absolutely does. Let me just double check something. We're level, what, 9? because I can't remember everything here. Let's see, where is it? Aha! Yes. The flurry blows. One of the punches is gonna be that. We're gonna spend an extra key point for Hand of Harm there. By the... Wow! I keep on rolling a 6 and a 1. And by the features of Hand of Healing, I'm going to replace my second Flurry of Blows with Healing to myself. This expends no use of a key point. Whoops.
So you did 29 total damage?
I still got one more punch in me.
Okay.
But, gonna punch again. Yeah, 29 total damage. Last healing is heading straight towards me again. Because I desperately need it. And it is again poisoned until the end of my next turn. Because, yeah. So, yeah.
Alright.
Alright. So first, I will use a 3rd level spell slot to conjure a spiritual weapon. I'll put it in its way because that seems funny. And then, continuing on said bonus action, let me get out its character sheet so I can attack this big ass bully with it. There's an 18 hit. Bully
18 does
so,
hit.
and I believe, does it add the 1d? No, it does not. I have to roll an extra 1d6 for a hex. This hex does apply to all of my damage. So 12 points of force damage, 1 point of necrotic damage from that.
Alright.
Then, as my action, I will actually start attacking. Let's attack once with the Nutbuster. Is that it?
That does not hit.
Attack number 2. I assume that doesn't hit either.
Yeah, you summon the spiritual weapon and it sliced into it a little bit, but then you're like, the Nutbuster is coming out, proceed to attack its legs, and it just kind of bounced off.
Yep. Alright, cool. That was my action and my bonus actions. So let's end my turn there.
If the Nutbuster isn't working, it must be a girl megapede.
Oh no. Maybe that's
No.
what all the larva sacks are. Who knows?
Maybe that's why I haven't hit with the
Glacier.
Nutbuster at all against anything that doesn't have a gender.
Clearly. Glacier is going to pop some more eggs. 3 more eggs. Throw.
Let's see it.
Ah, damn, you got a nat 20.
Yeah, fuck that egg in particular.
You definitely hit all three more of that egg, which I think that leaves there to be 1 more egg left.
Yes, indeed. But
Nine-
that
9 out of
turn.
10.
Not bad. Especially because you definitely hit. You've been hitting the egg sacks for that. It's fine. Is that you said at end of turn?
Yep.
It becomes Sharik's turn. She will move down a little bit, and then it will proceed to attack once more with the Fist of Fury. It doesn't work once; it works twice. Now let's see it happen thrice. first one does hit, which means we'll attack 2 more times as the other ones do not. As she will proceed to do 14 bludgeoning damage to the creature. She is not liking how tough this creature feels, but she kind of gets concerned and is like, guys, I think it might be surrounding us a little bit much here, and I don't like cramped spaces.
It's just a little bit of phobia of enclosed spaces.
With that, we'll end her turn. As
Claustrophobia.
That of the Mega Monster.
What a claustrophobia never hurt anyone.
No, of course she does. Why would it?
I think you would just need to move the 4 down to the left by 1, and then you would encircle us.
So I'm going to put this out into perspective just so you also understand. This is not going out of your range for opportunity of attack.
Yeah, because it's still within.
Huge body.
Oh no, it's disconnected.
If it's disconnected, that means we win.
You fool! You slid right into our trap. Now you can't move at all. Time to Misty step out of here. Oh no, Fun's stuck.
Alright, now it's time. It is
Hello.
going to proceed to do its, I know, disadvantage attack.
Would miss.
It would miss, unfortunately.
It would miss even more now.
As it proceeds to try to bite into you with its huge body. Not
No.
being able to
No.
really do so though. It doesn't like the fact that you are being able to
I mean, my
It's
guy,
been-
you're
it's
literally
been
going
switching
after
up
the
its
person who.
targets. So it's going to keep switching up its targets, as it will use that of Psychic Bomb onto that of Fun here.
Hey, you get my plus. I think it does.
Yeah, that would be a save for 20 damage.
Hey,
It's
because of me.
oh, whoopsies.
What just happened? Why am I at 0? I was definitely way above that.
That's why I said that's not. Because I was trying to tell you, it's not 40 damage. It is 26.
Yep. So minus 13.
Because that will proceed on for its turn at the very moment. However, now I will say the fact that it has gotten very close and very constricting at the moment. You notice that its entire kind of all the legs of this creature kind of start shaking up and down, as if it was attempting to start something. Unsure what it could be though. Who knows? Fun. It's your turn.
Right, so let me just double check the lore bit that we got. Oh yeah, this definitely has blindside or tremor sense. We're not gonna bother doing that. Fun is gonna
100%.
keep punching, instead of doing the funny little darkness plan.
I would
So
definitely lean tremor sense if it makes a difference.
on that
Escapes.
crit, we're gonna spend 2 key points for 2 flurry blows, and on that crit, we're gonna spend a key point on Hand of Harm.
Got a lot of
I
cards.
will roll Hand of Harm now. I am out of key points.
Man, you just keep poisoning it, which is great. Oh hey, you finally didn't get a 6 and a 1.
Yeah, that do be 15 on the necrotic. And then we're gonna punch 4 more times. Because need to.
Hits. 9 does not. 13 does not.
You want a D12?
22 does. Huh?
For the nat 1, do you need a D12?
No. I've been changing up how I've been doing a bit more. So I don't gotta worry about it this time.
Cool, cool, cool.
Dealing a whopping 53 damage.
God damn. I haven't done shit.
As you are quite literally wailing and wailing into this creature, breaking off some of its arms already off of it. Even though they seem quite hard on the exterior, you find the weak points.
Yeah.
At the end of your turn, I think so.
Yeah. That's the end of Fun's turn.
Corona.
Bonus action, spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon misses. Amazing. Action, attacketh with the Nutbuster.
Spiritual weapon basically like gets stuck in its like one of the crevices.
And second attack. Okay, on that first attack, I will do a 3rd level Divine Smite.
You sure you want to do that?
Already
15
doing it.
Does not hit.
Really? Okay, then if it doesn't hit, I don't use Divine Smite because I can choose that.
That's why I was saying. I was like, I don't know if you want to use it.
I swear a 15 hit before. Okay. Guess its AC is 15.
Lowest I've heard that I recall is 16.
Alright, then its AC is 15. Amazing, we found out its armor class, and I still haven't hit.
Would that be your full turn then?
Yeah, I got nothing else.
At least you're holding your own. Glacier.
Alright, Glacier's gonna mix it up this time. With her action throw, she targets the head of the creature. And then with her first bonus action, it goes into the last egg, and her second bonus action also goes into the head.
Well, you killed the last egg. Congratulations.
Okay,
Huzzah.
so you missed the first shot. You hit the egg, and then you hit the 3rd attack.
Does it take psychic damage?
If it doesn't, then I've expended my usefulness.
Keeps rolling. Crazy. Damage. That's just dealing 7 psychic damage here.
Sneak attack should be applied since we have people within 5 feet.
I was waiting for you to say something.
Oh.
Yeah, there are definitely people within 5 feet of this thing.
Dealing additional 15.
That rolled correctly.
I think a total of 23. This thing looks quite bloody all over at the very moment.
I will be
Yeah.
back in the call in just one moment. I'm getting a call from my job.
All good. Continuing on though, will become that of Sharik. Sharik proceeding to get behind it a little bit here. She will proceed to go for her attacks here.
End it, Sharik. End it. Yeah. Yeah.
She hit all 3
That's a lot
attacks
of
here.
damage.
Let me just check the damage.
14.
Actually, that second hit was a critical.
Yes, it was.
As you guys will essentially proceed to see as you are defending yourself against this creature at the very moment, as Sharik basically jumps on its back a little bit, more so like just a slight bit of the back of its head, as it goes as she kind of runs up to go to its head and proceeds to essentially put her fist a few times right through its eye, as you see this creature was about to basically chomp right back into you, or something maybe even worse. You will see as this big creature proceeds to stop and fall.
Woo.
As its huge like body is now stood still at the very moment, as it starts to essentially release some vapors into the air. Some very poisonous vapors.
Well.
Which means everybody here needs to give me a Constitution saving throw, DC of 15, or else take some damage here.
The con save?
Yes, it's a con save, DC 15.
On.
They should kill some of the demons. Alright. Anybody who did save from it, you proceeded to only take half. Even then, though, I will stop this music here, as that does actually end the fight, as this huge creature has been put down. As you get a couple of claps from above, mostly from that of your teacher, Destin Greyhound, as well as that of Dr. Dianthus Reed here.
Does it have a soul that I can use? Ability.
Are you relinquishing one of your souls?
Yeah, I'll relinquish the mole. Goodbye, mole.
Goodbye, Mo. Hello, So Catalyst Choice.
Yes. Oh. Fine, you see those options too, right?
Glacier is going to be back in about like 10 minutes or so. If that ever matters.
Should be fine for right now.
Okay.
Need to increase myself a little bit here. That's all good.
That's definitely an option of choices. Okay. Damn. All 3 of these would be really good. Hello, Glacier.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. My closers were
Hey,
having problems.
amazing. So I have used my ability on the Megapede, and I have these three choices. I have a legendary resistance once per day, 22 in strength, or the life drain ability that it had.
Not the life drain.
What did the life drain even do again?
I'll put it up.
It was like an AoE 3d10, wasn't it?
Yeah. Each creature within 15 feet must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, taking 3d10 necrotic damage.
Yeah, so probably not that one.
So legendary resistance or 22 in strength.
I mean, what's your current strength?
16.
Yeah, there's no point in the legendary resistance. You're a paladin.
Yeah, that's true. I have massive high saving throws. All right, 22 in strength it is.
There you go. Fantastic.
Uh,
As with that now, you will hear from the background of Neslar once again. You have passed out of this exam, and I am proud of you all in your own circumstantial way. And you've really done it with flying colors, honestly. So, for today, you have my thanks and a good job. Go get some rest, as we will have much to discuss here soon. He will then proceed to go on saying, more than likely, we are going to have that of a chat tomorrow. So rest up.
If we passed, what's the chat about?
I've already told you to talk about some true intentions here. It'll be quite a sit down, don't worry. At least not yet. With that, do you all proceed on out and go back to your base or anything, however you want to do it? It is pretty much, this exam has taken up a good bit of this day. So there really isn't much else to do for it, but I will give you some time to talk or RP if you want.
yeah, give me just
As you guys will be able to walk right back through the portal that was made to get here.
Mm-hmm.
did that do it correct? Cool.
Oh yes, that's right. Also, Destin Greyhound will say he will talk with you all tomorrow, as he has some things to discuss here with Deslar first.
Fun is gonna take this time to replace her little word in her soul from thesis to um past. Not like the past, but as in past. as if like you passed an exam type of deal.
All right.
And then she's gonna go check out her brother's thesis because who knows what the fuck was on there.
That's gonna be a lot of shifting through, man.
Yeah, and she's physically exhausted. What is she gonna do? Try to carve more words into her soul?
I mean, fair enough.
I got it
I
to
don't think she
work.
doesn't have time for that. So other things that take less time it is.
I get you. I get
I
you.
assume we can take a long rest.
Yes, you could take your long rest now if you would like. If you're just going to immediately go to sleep. Which means, yes, you will also get that of Glacier getting your big rat back.
Since Glacier doesn't really sleep, she just kind of sits there motionlessly. Like at some point, Big Rat just reappears and it's just, oh, hey, welcome back.
Uh,
And
Big Rat looks peeved, and you know this phase of Big Rat is probably meaning he hungry.
well, I don't. I mean, you're welcome to whatever's in my bag, I guess.
Immediately sifts through the bag.
Okay, well, have fun with that, I guess. Might be nice if you said hi back or something, but
I don't know, man. Big Rat was a warrior last session. um,
he also never speaks.
I mean, fair enough.
I'm not convinced that he can't speak still, but
All right. So with that being said, everybody gets that of their rest for the night. Feel free to get it if you didn't already. I know I need to do it on Glacier here. There we go. And I was thinking a bit about how I wanted to go and proceed into this next part here, because now it's time that we get into something here. As uh as Destin Greyhound comes back to you guys. It's pretty much like early in the morning for some of you, probably. Like maybe you guys don't want to fully be awake. It's probably like 7 a.m. if you were to give it like a time, as he is knocking at that of your guys' dorm room. It's time to get up, all of you.
What? Oh, yeah. Gets up out of the bed.
Everybody proceeding on, getting their things along, as well as getting ready for, or not even ready, but just getting ready for this new day, as no one really knows what truly to per se expect here. Though I will say Amp has finally kind of awoken from that of their kind of deep word slumber. More of a being knocked out, as they don't really sleep, but it was almost like concussion, you could almost say. Not understanding that feeling very much, Amp pretty much experienced the first thing in his life that would be considered a headache. Which is quite strange for Amp. Otherwise, though, doing perfectly fine. change this here. This one. All right. So as everybody proceeds to fall in that of Destin Greyhound to this place, does anybody ask any questions?
Where are we going?
I mean, I assume we're going to the meeting, so
We
Oh,
are
yeah.
going to that of a meeting per se, and not even in a per se way. This is truly just something that everybody needs to be discussed with. The issue here is where we're essentially going to be holding this meeting,
Which
which
is
means I suggest for you all to hold your tongue at least a little bit, kind of looking over at Fun.
look. Are we up against Tuesday duty?
I don't know what that is supposed to even mean, and I am
Look, come on, Tuesday duty.
not going to
Tiamat.
entertain the thought.
5 colors, 5 heads.
Anyways, we are going to go to a place that none of you have actually seen before, or yet at all here. Maybe you might have passed it by once or twice and never even knew. But here, we're going to be entering into the Forbidden Classroom.
Oh yeah, Forbidden Classroom.
As he proceeds to show you all towards that of what seems to be like a red like door that has like runes around it that at first you couldn't really notice or you couldn't really see it until it was pointed out to you. Going into this opening up into this room, not opening it up really too far though. um let's see if this is a good not opening up too far into the room, just enough to let you guys get through. You will proceed on in to where you will see that of a majority of other people here. Other people being that of the other students so far, the other soul hunter groups, the other soul hunter groups that you guys know of, the
Okay.
other teachers along so with some of them, but most of the teachers at least being here, with that of Neslar Fane and Mr. Muse being kind of more at the very back, more upper stage of this place. Looking over this room though, it seems very draped and I don't want to say carpeted, but more so draped all around, where there's just plasters of red draping around everything. Even with that of a red like pool in the middle.
Blood.
Uh, Destin kind of gives the little over here kind of section, like just come follow over here a little bit, and proceeds on to say, I don't know if how many of us else that you need here, but I think this would be the best time now. As
Right.
also,
Yes. Forbidden Classroom. Blood pool. Red. Ground.
Why
Totally
are
not
we
evil
always the
vibes.
last ones to arrive?
I assume it's fear. What would happen if we were the first ones to arrive?
some people chime in like, I'd be up at
Yeah.
5 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, this This totally doesn't announce evil. Totally not. Even if this classroom existed before these people came in, like the fuck. A guy, you do not just have a red room with a blood pool and then a red chair that looks like a throne,
All right,
and don't pronounce yourself as evil.
now getting into this here. Deslar Thane, that is in the back, as I said before, a little more so a few steps above, still sitting in his own wheelchair, of course, or should I say, more mechanicalized chair, as it is very much still modified as usual. Uh, Neslar has that of uh, not like it's very big, but like a stone that almost comes out from the chair to kind of make his voice sound a little bit more projected, at least in this room.
Dramaturgy.
Hello to all of you there. This meeting is of great importance to everyone here, for one reason or another. Some things that need to be said or done will be discussed here, as we essentially need that of everybody's attention here. Unfortunately, this is such a big group discussion that this will also dictate on what we do with the supporters as well. What I mean by that, we will get into. For now, I have told you all, me coming to that of this school, I have my own deeper meanings and my own deeper needs. That means you are all needed in your own way, in my way, to combat that of the upcoming rise. The rise of greater beings that try to intersect themselves in the way of life. Not many of you know them to be of that of the cores as normal. But did you know there is one above all the rest? The one that creates these monsters themselves? You hear a couple of like words from the peanut gallery, like, what is he talking about? What? Huh? This greater being is of terrible importance in our endeavor. If we were to ever stop that of the cores and what they choose to bring in their destruction in wake of bringing down many places, many villagers, innocent lives in general, he needs to be stopped. None of you, though, are ready for that, which is why I ask for you a different task at this moment. One of preparation. This preparation is to be able to fight those of the upcoming incursion, you could say. Greater evils, greater threats that we have found. They are at the moment fighting for territory, at least from what we know. But these threats will be coming. As you start to hear a little bit more from the Peter Gallery, the side, as maybe even from, I'd say of that of like Magna back here. Why are you being so cryptic? Why can't we just get on with it? We can take it. And Neslar goes, because there's much to explain about it, but only some of you can take it, as others here have failed their exam. I will not say who in specific right now, but I will now get into who these beings are and why they might be so dangerous. As he will start to explain this here. Okay. Have you heard of a thing called the prince? The frog prince, that is.
Oh, that guy.
The-
Yeah, we saw him.
Well, now it's no longer just him. Now it is that of the frog prince and his godmother, spreading
Yeah,
out
mm-hmm.
between churches, taking their new
Yeah.
religion to new heights, planting a new world.
Mother Jane. Yep. Mm-hmm.
No one. Did Liv go through this bit? Because he hasn't been shit
Yeah.
down about this.
Well, he was kind of
This
there
was
at
right
the end of
after
it.
Liv got here.
Yeah, me and Glacier know the most about it, but Liv was here at the end.
Why no one remembers us here? We don't really know what happened, but
Yeah, at the end we saw Mother Jane with a humanoid frog, and then they went into a portal, and we had to fight bush beasts, and that's why there's a bunch of plants around.
Oh.
Yeah, and no one except for us, me and Glacier, remembers it.
You guys just whispering back there. There's
Honestly,
that.
when he first brought up the Frog Prince, Corona was like, "Yeah, we saw him. He was here."
Them knowing where we at least have been is not very good. But continuing on, there's also that of what we had found out to be a council of beholders.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, we encountered those two.
They've been making what seems to be like giants do their bidding at the very moment, unsure about what it is that they are making, but it is almost as if they are making some type of obelisk.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Oh, the guys that
those
were
are like
scammed.
quad.
The guys that
Wait,
you
was
guys
that the black?
scammed.
Yeah, we scammed those guys, but were they making the black obelisk that we found in the forest? Or was that like an experiment?
If you're saying it out loud, are you saying it out loud?
Well, that I'm whispering, but when he brought up the beholders, I was like, "Yep, we encountered those guys too. Yep."
When he says beholders and the location, Fun just like she doesn't whisper, she mutters, but she just goes, "Oh, the guys that were scammed."
Yeah. Wait, do we still have that little guy that had like one eye, or did he die? I forget.
The what now?
No, we took Mini Deuce's
Oh yeah,
statue
Mini Dusa.
stones.
Yeah, Mini Dusa. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I remember. Sorry, there's just a lot of different world-ending things going on around us. Hard to keep track.
That of the Council of the Beholders have been keeping up that of what seems to be like obelisk, and we are not quite sure what they do, as anybody that would even get close by that does not work for them gets evaporated. And then there
I guess
comes
that's true.
that of the true necromancers.
Oh, the Lich? Yeah.
It is somewhat of an order of necromancers that we have seen. They've been raiding, pillaging villages to growing their army.
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I need to, per se, explain why that could be terrible. But there's also a newer threat that has arrived, one that hasn't been here for... one that is quite new and unknown how to explain, except as he starts to talk, you hear that stops to talk for a second because you hear that of the door creaking open a little bit. Uh, as you will see, oh, here we go. As you guys will see, Ines Bartolomeo, basically kind of slowly creeping in, as you hear from Neslar, "It's nice for you to join us, Ines. You're a bit late, but that is perfectly fine. We are in the midst of discussion." As you see, as he kind of slowly slash almost weirdly groggily kind of walks around, he kind of gets a little bit closer to that of the middle as he proceeds to kind of point up his arm a little bit toward that of Neslar as he proceeds to go, "It is the time. The time, not for all of you."
Fun's just gonna punch him. Like, she's going to literally dash at him and then beat the shit out of him.
Okay. You proceed to punch him, knock him out.
We can all agree that that was just instant possession, right?
Glacier is just hiding her face in her hand. Hiding her face in her hands, shaking her head.
Because, like,
I mean, I can check.
because like,
Let me just do a quick.
I didn't say anything yet.
find.
Hold on. As you have knocked him out quite swiftly, you will now be grappled as you feel an weird slimy like essence swiftly out from this man's body, swirling around you.
ah, shit.
And to show
Oh,
off,
hey.
hold on a second.
I think out of character, we can all agree
There
that
we
the
go.
big guy making all of the monsters is the thing that we know of. The fucking time dungeon.
As you will see
Oh,
from Ains's quite literally what you would guess to be dead body at this point, as this white and reddish like slime thing slimy kind of longer snake like creature proceeds to wrap itself around that of Fun and proceeds to go, "I wasn't done talking."
well, you can be now. Because either you're gonna let Fun go, or you're gonna die here and now.
I will die either way, and I don't care for that. As you see, everybody else also has like kind of like some like magic up or like some attacks up, maybe ready to go. Even Neslar being holding surprise while Mr. Muse is up next to him for any case.
Fun just looks at it and just goes, counterpoint.
You can heed my message, or proceed to kill me outright ahead. The
Is
choice
it
will
about
be
the principal
yours.
being evil?
Okay, you know what? Can we just all agree that this guy's just gonna suicide bomb, like, after the message, and then we'll deal with that later?
I feel like he's gonna go into that big pool of blood, and that might be an issue.
Yeah, it'll be fine. If he's got me grappled, I'll just grapple him.
Glacier is probably the only one in the room who hasn't grabbed a weapon yet, and she is still just shrinking down. You know, everyone else could handle a fight, but oh god, why am I stuck with these people?
You will hear that of Neslar from the back say, "Don't do anything rash. What is it that you have to say?" that of this slime-like creature, kind of like head a little bit slithered out, like extending out a little bit toward that of Neslar. Oh, there's not much to say. Just that there's a new king in town. The new king in white. And as a
Ooh.
king, I am here to give you, or not I. He says, as for his king, he is here to give that of a warning, or at least that of a declaration of war.
Right, well,
Pretty sure White's already taken by the lady, so
yeah. Well, I
yeah,
guess she's technically green. She's green. Oh, you're talking about the white lady.
the
Yeah.
white lady,
Her.
yeah.
Yeah. White's already
Yeah.
taken. You gotta take a different color.
White literally ignoring you guys as this thing's got one like one thing to do here. The new king in white has plans for that of the future. Ones that will involve taking over this place. So, as a true king he is, that is why he will give you 3 months to prepare. That is my message
Wow.
for you all.
Why does every evil mastermind have to give you time?
Why are they coming during finals?
Yeah,
He
that too.
is the
Why are you here
king.
at all?
And as a king, he will do what is the noblest thing. And when he takes over this
Oh.
school,
Wouldn't the
will
noblest thing be
find-
doing things peacefully?
he will find exactly what he's looking for in order to take over not only the world, but perhaps the universe itself.
Yeah, no, you got. There are many. Nah,
Ooh,
Tuesday
Tuesday
duty.
Duty is not gonna
Yeah.
like the universe bit.
Yeah, Tuesday duty is kind of yeah, and also White Lady probably.
Probably.
Probably. I wonder if that Iron guy is probably gonna have it. Either way, is your message done now?
As he was laughing, as I was waiting to say, as he's laughing, his body basically turns into quite literal like mush nothingness, covering over that of fun. Fun, you would take like 10 acid damage from that.
You and ow.
However, you will see as this thing is dissolved, as it goes on the floor, dissolved into quite literally nothing and thin air.
Man, evil geniuses and with giving time to the protagonists.
Oh yeah, this guy's like dead, right?
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's dead.
How long has he been dead? Can I try to see how long?
I don't know why it rolled those. I didn't mean to roll those. Everybody being quite surprised. Some people will rush over to Irons here to see if he's okay. See what is going on here.
He's dead. How I'm going over just seeing how much his body has deteriorated. How long has he been dead?
You cannot tell how long he has been dead because when you go to check out his body, his entirety of his insides are gone. He is nothing but a husk and bones.
All right.
Glacier, why are you
Let me double
cowering?
check. Is this
Why am I
evidence
what?
now?
Why are you cowering? Why are you being embarrassed or whatever the hell this is?
Why are you guys like this?
That's an
Why can't we
obvious
just-
possession.
Why can't we just react like everyone else? Just once.
Right. Counterpoint. What if that was gonna be a hot bomb possession from Klein to someone actually dangerous.
Just one time, I want us to be normal.
All right.
I mean, to be fair, everyone else was also prepared to fight, so I feel like that was the normal reaction.
All right. Enough of the discussion for now. It seems the next one I was going to get into has made themselves clear and known. As Deslar is very much more upset looking now at this point as he goes, this new king in white, he wants to take over. And there's something here he wants. Any information
Oh,
possible would be helpful. However,
I just look at fun.
this entirety of whatever has happened here for that of Heinz, as he can see over that he is all set. He can notice that he's pretty much gone as well. This is why I said we've needed to prepare, and that why we need to prepare. Because as soul hunters, as prospering soul hunters, this is the type of life that we have to fight through. This is the type of life that is given for that of others. Heinz is someone here that has died today. It is not happy by any means, but it is said with a great response that we will not take this lying down, as that is one of our precious members. Which is why we have to do something.
Hey, fun. Do you remember the date that we were told? And the time?
No, 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 no.
No, I'm not gonna say it. I was just asking because I forgot out of character.
That is pretty far
It's pretty
ahead
far
in the
away.
future. Yeah, that's
It's
like,
the 6th day of the 6th month of the 666th year or something.
like I said, way further ahead.
Yeah.
We don't talk about the thing way further ahead.
But yeah, I just kind of look at fun and I'm like, we know what they want, right?
What's it called?
Glacier is
Terror?
going to form a psychic whispers with both of them, and just, hey, maybe we shut up because they want that, and why would we
Yeah.
talk about it?
Yeah, I was just like, they probably want the thing that we know about.
Fun just responds sarcastically. Look. I just kept on saying no. Why am I being yelled at?
All right, let's listen to
Why
the rest of this.
why are you punching people? I could yell at you for other things.
Possessed and was absolutely possessed. Did nothing wrong.
There was no one else just immediately went and started hitting it.
And something worse could have happened. That was stopped. Everybody was aware. Because they were made aware.
Okay. Deslar will proceed on. It seems that we have that of 3 months. You all, I believe, to be no longer just that of students anymore. You will all be that of true soul hunters, as you all will need to be ready, and we will need to make preparations.
Mr. Fane, I do have a question.
Proceed.
Why are only the freshmen here?
Is it time to reveal that answer, as it seems like none of you told them? Destin kind of like looks away, like kind of like rubbing his the back of his neck.
I mean, if it's such a big deal, where's the juniors and the sophomores and the seniors?
A couple of the other teachers are kind of like rubbing the back of their neck, looking away as well.
Just tell us the answer.
The answer that they haven't chosen to tell you is that there aren't, and there never was.
Ah,
I know it is quite a shock to some, as you see a lot of people going gasping. Like, as they thought this whole time there was more people around, just never showed. The issue was that there were more people at a time, but they keep becoming killed off in the field of battle. Which is
okay, well,
why
at least there were people.
which is why they want which is why I want all of you to proceed to be stronger, to strive for more, to do better. Now, I will say there is some plans I have formulated to potentially combat that of everything that may or may not arise here. However, you all choose to spend these next 3 months, I will leave up to all of you, and I will choose to believe you all will make that of the right decisions. However, for now, with this unfortunate scene of events, we will have to choose on a few things. One, that of the civilians to be extracted away. This school is no longer that of a sanctuary, nor is that of a safe place. That is not up for discussion. However, what needs to be discussed is what to be done with the supporters. All the supporter classes and all the groups that have helped us so far, they are not fighters, and nor do I think that they will survive much. I say that we also send them away, at least for the time being.
I mean, isn't the question when to send them away? Like, yeah, it's before the invasion, but also
And
like what?
during that time, what if someone else comes? Are you
I
willing
mean,
to put the risk of many others?
isn't that always the risk though? They could come today and we wouldn't have any time to evacuate anyone.
Which is why I think we should do it as soon as possible.
You see, if that was an actual worry beyond the planned invasion that is happening at a time that we know, we would never have supporters. Pretty sure there's a better use for that than take them out somewhere else right now.
Also,
Well, invasions were never supposed to happen before. That's the reason that we had the ship and that the school is floating.
That's
Right,
the
so
secondary issue that I was getting to, as this school will be coming to a halt, as the power source for it is failing soon.
ah,
soon as in
3 months soon.
Probably within the next week.
ah,
I'm
you see now
sorry, can I not be here in the next week? Is that an option?
Anybody that wants to run, go back home, not be here, you can feel free to go live your life. But if you do, just note, if we are unsuccessful in both this endeavor and the future of Soul Hunters, there will be no life left to live. The cores,
It just
the
kind of.
monsters, and the one above all of them will take over. We are some of the last stand.
With a telepathic bond, Fun just pokes at Glacier and just goes, "Hey, you want me to swap word to Deadline and you know, we can either get you out of here earlier or, prepare?"
I'm more worried about the fact that the school is going to be falling. That seems
Oh
pretty
yeah, we have.
urgent for everyone.
Oh wait, we have the psychic link, right?
No, this is a psychic link. This is what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she's doing.
It
To Glacier.
does only go one way, so it would be Glacier to others and others to Glacier, not others to others.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Fun just goes. Right, but because they knew about this, they probably have a landing strat. You know. So,
What if?
and if they don't, Deadline, we could always or I could put down landing instead, and we can try to plan that out way earlier.
Yeah, we could go back in time.
Like, there are plenty of ways. Or
I cannot handle falling from the sky. And if there's one thing I've learned at this school, they seem to really like leaving you to figure things out.
right, which is why I asked. Do you just want to get some more time if they don't have a landing plan?
And where do we go? What do we even if we turn back the clock, it's still going to be a week. There's still
No, a
Well,
week
it's a
from
week from
today,
now.
not a week from
Yeah, a
whenever
week
we
from
turn back the clock.
this doesn't seem to be news to them. It seems to be news to us.
Right. So
But even
you
then,
wanna go out? You want me to go ask if they have a landing plan or a method of landing?
Glacier is quiet for several seconds and then just, please.
Right. So Fun just speaks up and just goes, "Yeah, we have a plan for landing, right?"
It will come down to a slow fall. It will not be a crash if that is what you're insisting.
Right. A slow fall as in a gentle fall, or a slow fall as in, oh, it feels like there's an earthquake, and then eventually earthquake stops.
I'm
as in
unsure
the
in
spell.
what way to tell you that, but I would assume to say you're in no real danger of the fall. It is what what will proceed to happen afterwards.
Ooh, and then she just goes back into the psychic link and just goes, "Happy?" Come on. You don't seem afraid of the war, so if the landing's all that's got you afraid, then what else?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right? Like, if you were afraid of the battle thing, I was gonna say we could get you out earlier, right? But if it's just a fall, then it's just a fall.
We can talk about the fight later.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get into a more confined space and out in the open so we can talk open.
There is a plan of some sorts, as I was saying. However, some of it does require on that of trust between everybody. And as I said, If this is your time to want to leave, then do so with your tails hidden behind you. If not, and if you choose to stand and
Okay,
fight,
that's rude.
then proceed to, I would say, at least send a message to any of your loved ones.
Does it take more energy to keep this thing afloat than it does to, like, I don't know, put some sort of defense on it?
We will try to be working on some sort of defense with it, around that of the school, perhaps.
Well, I mean,
The power
why wait a
source,
week
though.
for us to fall?
What are you inquiring?
Well, we still have the energy from the flight left, currently.
And
If we
what are
can
we
land,
supposed to do with that?
if we can land earlier, whatever energy you need for, let's say, I don't know, any level of defenses, that can be put to work.
Yeah, like a shield.
Unfortunately, that is not how this power works.
A
Shame.
hello spell, maybe.
It is somewhat of a consistent spell being put up. that
Do
has
we know
kept us
where we're
afloat.
planning to land?
At the very moment, it would be back into that of the crater where we had first left.
Were there any other possible landing spots?
Not unless you feel like sinking.
I mean, we're still a massive landmass. Couldn't we just...
And possibly be in the territory of another?
rather than be surrounded by several different types of enemies on all sides?
I don't know exactly how that's
Well, we got
doing
undead on one
anything different.
side, the weird jungle place, the weird place with the giants and beholders,
And the
The
insects.
bugs.
the insects, right? Um,
I think that's it.
really, it's a case of if we're going to be surrounded on all sides, regardless, why not make it easier and just deal with one singular enemy?
Yeah, we would rather not like to be surrounded on all
Unless
sides
you're
by
saying
all
that
of
they're
the enemies.
all cooperative and working together and not fighting for more territory against each other.
My
Yeah, 'cause
issue
they do seem to
being
be fighting.
is not that I am against the idea in total. The idea that I am against is they are fighting for the territory, and what happens if we were to land in the middle of that?
We're in the middle of all the contested territories where we're going to land normally. If we land inside one of the already taken ones, we just need to deal with whatever the hell the taken one has, and then the war.
Yeah, so we can decide to go after
The
one of the
numbers
four.
are assumedly essentially the same if we consider strength to be a multiplier.
He takes a hard think to himself.
It's just enemy type, which we can always specialize against.
Yeah, we can always do information and choose a location and fight all together against one foe rather than having to constantly fight against four.
As he thinks to himself, he kind of like says, "And what of all of you think?" You don't really hear much except for whispers from that of the other groups kind of talking amongst themselves. But you hear that of Dessen saying, chime up and say, "You know, my students here, or the new soul hunters here, they might have had their times of terrible shenanigans. However, I would believe in to trust them, at least in this due time."
Like, I don't know which one would be the best for us, but we know them all, kind of. We just need to know one of them better now. Two of them, if we count the white dude.
Well, we do kind of know who would be best. When we went out there as part of our missions, they did send us based on our class ranking, and if we go to the place where the group with the lowest class ranking went, that should be the easiest to deal with, right?
And
No
weren't
offense
we
to
given the lowest
anybody.
class ranking?
No, not at that point.
What were you guys like once the top? Oh, you guys were once the top, weren't you? Oh, that's so
Oh
cool.
yeah, it was after that. It was after shenanigans. Yeah. Who
Yeah.
went to the forest? Didn't the people who go to the forest were the ones that were said to be the lowest? Because I remember the teachers went to the bugs.
They couldn't get through the forest.
Well, yeah, yeah. So they couldn't get through the forest. They couldn't get through the bugs. We got through the beholders, and then what was the fourth one? The undead. They got through the undead, right?
They sim they got through the undead, but that's because all they were doing was defending against the constant undead kind of rising, and uh not specifically anything like necromancers. They were just they were
So
making
it's
sure like there was like less undead around.
so actually the most success there was us with the beholders. Weirdly enough, right? We got the
Right,
most
but we
success.
don't want to deal with beholders and the what
White guy.
well, not just beholders and white guy, but the weird obelisk things.
Are you talking in
Oh
your head?
yeah, yeah. The obelisk. Are we talking in our head?
I can't
Do you
talk to
remember
Corona in our head,
the
so that this would be out loud.
You will start to
Yeah, I
hear
guess this
that
would
of
have
like
to be.
whispers of the other groups again, kind of
Yeah,
sounding like
we
they
didn't
are
like
not too they are
we
not
didn't
too
like
excited about all
the
this.
monolith. The monolith was not
By
fun.
saying not too excited about
Although
this, I mean they were not too excited in hearing that it sounds like you have some indecision going on.
it's less indecision and more going through the options, people. If we're gonna choose one, we have to choose it strategically.
Oh wait, do we know where you know the rulers are in each of the territories?
Well, we know where the
No,
beholders are. We met them.
Oh, that's true.
we're not even sure where each of these territories would contain that of their groups respectively.
Well, last time we met the beholders, they were at the mine that we went to gather materials.
Are you certain that they would still be there?
It is true
If
that
they're
is
still looking for
personal.
the object they were trying to look for, then yeah. Assumedly, they were looking for a specific item that I happened to at one time have, but no longer have for reasons.
Oh yeah, the scary wand.
Yeah, the scary wand. So assumedly, they would be looking for that still.
Are you suggesting then it would be better to have beholders behind us?
Behind? No, no,
Would
no.
be well,
Below. Land on them.
yeah. What if we just land on them and crush them?
Again, that's hoping, but we can try.
But yeah, I mean we don't want to do the undead because the undead's gonna be a constant horde, and that's pretty tiring. Let's be so real here. That'd be really tiring. Um
Well, do we have a single cleric?
I legitimately don't think so.
Is there a single cleric in this entire school, Mr. Fade?
Dr. Cinder's the closest you're going to get.
Dr. Cinders, are you a cleric?
Dr. Cinder isn't in here.
Damn.
Pretty sure that's a druid.
No,
Anyways.
Dr. Cinders is the doctor.
We don't want to do undead because that's going to be a constant horde and that's going to be tiring.
Yeah.
If not on one of us, on all of us. We might
No
want to
bugs,
do
because bugs are
the.
too powerful.
You're right. We don't want to do the bug area because even the teachers failed at the bug area.
So it's forest with the Frog Prince and Mother Jane, or the Beholders. Which group went to the forest? I ask. Because assumedly it'd be a similar situation to what we had at the school, but I want to ask them what their experience was in the forest if they happen to remember.
And while that's happening, Fun just pokes into Glacier's mind again and just asks, "Hey, what was the Beholder place like?"
There's a bunch of mines. There were a bunch of floaty eyes everywhere that played tricks with your mind, and there were giants, and it was cold, and mini Dusa, and
Right, but we don't have a mini Dusa anymore because that's the person.
Teacher.
Where
is she?
I don't know. She's not in here though.
What was her name again?
That'd be Miss Cass.
Mr. Fane, where's Miss Cass at?
Right now, out patrolling.
That's fair.
Okay.
We can't all just be in one singular area.
It's good to know where she is, though. Because she's on our side.
on the way to the Beholder is the real problem. There was one of those obelisk thingies, and it moved around, and it summoned all these ghosty thingies, and they killed Dodd, and they killed everyone.
Yeah, it seemed to. Well, that specific monolith seemed to only move when we weren't looking at it. I'd rather not have to deal with the monolith.
I could misremember, but I feel like it was moving during the fight.
It was moving. No,
After it was
no,
attacked.
it did the darkness. It did darkness.
Oh yeah.
It did darkness. That's why, because we couldn't see it in the darkness.
Right, but that point is their monoliths or obelisks are pretty easy to hide. That's an
yeah,
issue.
They're dangerous.
I mean,
Yeah.
it really depends on how bad the forest is.
Yeah, I want to ask the team who went into the forest how their experience was in the forest.
Well, I can tell you, I believe it was the natural talents, and Morgana proceeds on to say, it was difficult as we couldn't even enter into the forest. We got blocked off, if not attacked by every thorn and vine there, as hard as iron.
Well, it sounds like our only option is beholders and giants, which are few in number, but you know, beholders and giants.
Yeah, it was a group of 3 beholders, maybe 4.
I mean, I assume there
think
would
it was
be
3.
more if it's like that massive landmass. I mean, if it's just
at least
if the Council of Beholders, and Fun pulls out the air quotes, is, you know, just 3 or 4, then that means they don't have a lot of reach, which means most of you guys are dealing with is cold.
Yeah, from what I remember, it was at least 3, maybe 4 beholders. They had the entire mine under their ownership. They had a bunch of like not beholders, but like things that looked like beholders. They had a bunch of those like mini guys with eyes. They had like a bunch of tentacle guys that if you touched, they were blind, but if you touched them, they would eat you. They had a bunch of different kinds of giants there.
Oh, wasn't there that one place? The one place with the what did he say it as? A story in the sky?
Huh?
No? No? All I have written here is a story in the sky. You know, middle of winter.
Oh. Oh yeah, the guys that were frozen in the sky. Honestly, we never really figured out what was up with that.
I mean, it seems like a pretty calm place. All you have to deal with is
Yeah,
a
it's
hungry
pretty.
rabbits.
Oh yeah. If you there were rabbits, they were hungry. If you fed them, they were chill. If you attacked them, they attacked in droves.
That I'm gonna let you know now. That place was not the rabbit place.
It was in a
It
similar. It was in that
it was
same
in the same
regional
region.
area.
It was in the same region, but that area specifically with the two people you're talking about was Yetis.
Oh yeah, there are also yetis. But yeah, if all we have to deal with is beholders and giants, I feel like we could deal with that. Just work around. I mean, they might be intelligent, but like, how many people do we have? So many. Use our numbers to our advantage. And if we defeat the beholders, the giants have nothing holding them back.
So you're saying we launch an
The
attack?
If we were to land the
If we land near them,
uh
yeah. If we don't, then I'm pretty sure we just deal with the elements and then nothing.
yeah, we could just land in the same region and just not have to deal with being surrounded on all four sides. But we
Then what
could
is it?
try
Because
to
you had
land on them,
suggested
right?
landing on them as one opportunity. But
Well,
other
if they
than
were still
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Yeah. We'd have to make sure that they are still there.
Which, I mean, that's kind of hard to
I
do considering we're currently up in the sky and can't actually see.
Wait, didn't Fun have like weird goggles that could let him see really far? Not Fun, Alive.
We are
yeah, I was gonna say that's
way
way too
further
far.
above than what Eyes of Eagle get to look at.
Especially because he would also have to look through a winter storm, by the way.
Ah, I didn't think about that. I just remembered the magical item.
Actually, the Winter Storm would work to our benefit.
Oh yeah.
All we need to do is exist there. We aren't going to be attacked if we land in the story place, and
And we won't be surrounded on all four sides, at least.
yeah, I think
And if we need to fight them, we can fight them.
at worst we're dealing with two enemies. At best, we're dealing with one enemy and the elements.
Yeah.
It's a place that's easy to enter. Admittedly, probably hard to exit because winter storms. Mildly unpleasant, but I think mildly unpleasant is better than trying to stave off a horde of undead, a horde of insects, and whatever the hell the forest is described to be.
And,
Along with fighting off an invasion.
yeah. And if we are fighting an invasion, having the weather on our side would be very useful.
I really don't think even if they are there, though, we should fall on them. If we don't, immediately kill them all, then we're immediately going to be fighting them.
That is also true. Do you guys remember where the story place is? Because I don't know where the story place is.
Yeah, generally. I know roundabout where it is.
Do you guys think that's like the best place, or like? Because that's the only place
Yeah.
other than the mines described in this.
Yeah, it was pretty chill. Yeah, it was like one of the only safe places, right? Yeah, because we had to like make our own safe place. So yeah, that area was like a safe area.
I wouldn't know, I wasn't there.
Oh yeah, you were left behind, weren't you? Eh. Eh.
Oh yeah, you came after us, so I'm the only one who knows. Amazing.
Well, if
Yeah,
the
but
forest is
if I
super
remember
aggressive,
correctly.
that's still all ends, and that's terrible time, just like the undead. So, sounds like the
Yeah.
snowy,
So I can
wintry area is gonna be where we suffer.
Yeah, I can show you on the map generally where that safe area is. So if you want to land the school around that area, that would be our best option. I feel like we might have to go into a battle, but we won't be close enough to the mines for the beholders to really care unless they want to go after the school, which they weren't really keen on in the first place. They just wanted like a magical artifact.
And this magical artifact they didn't receive.
No, because I have it.
You have
Assume.
parts of it. It's kind of
Yeah, it's
broken.
broken. It's broken now, but assuming they were looking for the item I used to have.
Can you
It
show
was one
us
of the
this item?
13 wands.
Yeah, it's one of the 13 wands. I hold up the two ends.
Most people don't really know what you even just said, kind of not really understanding, but Neslar kind of is puzzled looking at it, considering he goes, one of the 13 wands? I've heard stories about it,
Mm-hmm.
some legends about it, and you're telling me that this is real?
Yep. It didn't work really
It
good.
used to be.
And you're only revealing this now?
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
kind
you
of.
only just revealed like a bunch of information to us now, so fair's fair.
I feel like we did try to talk to people about it, and we just didn't get very clear answers from anyone.
Yeah, we were trying to ask about similar things without going into much detail, but I can tell you what this used to do before it broke.
Well, unless we can fix it, I don't know if there is much to talk about.
Oh, you don't want to fix it. It is terrible.
Yeah, no, this one, no, don't fix this one, no. It was not good. It did not do its job.
Oh no, it did its job perfectly fine. It's just that its job was a huge deficit.
Being bad. Huge deficit.
Massive inconvenience.
Yeah. It's called the Wand of Eternal Vigor. Healing magic done on you would be doubled, but all healing that would be done within a 240-foot radius of you would be directed to you instead. And if you were to ever be on the verge of death, there would be about a 50% chance of you living or dying.
And how is it broke then?
I died,
Excuse me?
and then I lived. Yeah, I died and then I lived. Not because of the
Glacier
wand.
just kind of like nods along because she knows that Corona is not exactly a reliable source of information, but she hopes people will think she is.
I don't
I mean-
know at all of what you are trying to explain here, as that sounds like something of ancient power being just broken is not something of ordinary measure.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
there's an entire theory going around on it.
Yeah.
The leading one is Krona, being the idiot that she is, overloaded it.
Yeah.
It was meant to take one soul. She has whatever the
I
fuck
had
she
2
has.
or 3. I technically have 2 or 3 souls. So maybe it was only supposed to keep one soul alive, but because I have multiple souls, it was like, no. I'm gonna stop existing now.
The other one is that her arms are a parasite.
That one's also correct.
What?
Yeah, both of those theories are correct.
I'm gonna pretend that I didn't hear that. Anyways.
There's lots that we are going to need to discuss. It
In the
seems
middle
like
of this
later.
assembly, Fun just stops. What? Like everyone in the room has to accept that.
But it's just like casually just breaking minds, and then she just goes, "What do you mean I'm right?" That's
Yeah,
supposed
don't
to be
worry about
right.
it.
I believe
Don't
there's
worry.
many reasons to why you lots will definitely be helpful in these future endeavors. However, it is time to become that of soul hunters, which means it is also time of that to, well, grow up. And I say this in asking you all, and asking at least you lots, are you ready for that?
I mean, we've already seen how many of our party members die now, Glacier? Including me, I guess.
Too many. Everyone.
Yeah.
All of
Yeah.
them.
She's literally, technically speaking, Glacier here is the last living member. I'm alive, but I don't know if I count.
Well,
Okay, yeah, but this isn't just about you guys. It's about these guys, and Fun literally just
Oh, yeah,
gestures
all
at
of you.
everybody else. Come on,
Yeah.
stop being egotistical. Do that later.
Yeah, when we're obviously the protagonists of this story.
well, then we'll talk more about, at least on the matter of doing a move with that of the entire sanctuary here, of the entire school. I am not against the idea, but further discussion will be discussed on what exactly to do for it. Now, there's a very important part that is skipped over. What do we do about the supporters?
Okay. When we're talking about situations such as these, especially warlike situations or invasions, there's the front lines, there's the back lines, and then there's the people you need. Supporters, we are the fighting force. We kind like with like I understand we need to evacuate the citizens because they need no part of this. But the supporters, they are like, don't they help with all of the background stuff that we don't do? They deal with
I-
supplies. They deal with
I'd like to
like,
raise a question about the civilians real quick, because a couple of them run shops in town that we use to get supplies pretty regularly. Um, does the school have the funds to just buy those out? Some of that stuff could still be useful, and
That
taking
is
it without
not up to
paying them.
us. That is up to them, and if they are willing. We cannot force their hand to do anything.
That's kind of why I
And our
asked if the
funds
school
are
has
not
funds.
capable. As again,
Ah,
this is us telling them they are going to be on their own.
Right, which brings out the question of the supporters. I know you want to send all of them out with the civilians or as soon as possible. But can't we make use of them before we send them out?
In what
We only have
way?
so many people here. We have supporters. I'm saying that we can be better equipped. And if not us, the school itself can be better equipped.
That's why we can only ask of so much. Are you saying that we are capable of doing a lot with our supporters in that of a week's time?
If you're if you think, they're going to be absolutely the school's going to be absolutely wrecked in the week's time, obviously not. But if all we're worrying about mainly is the 3 month invasion, then I'd say we have 2 months.
And you take the word of a monster?
I take the word of an egotistical monster. If Tuesday
yeah, I
Duty came
mean,
by and said, "You have 3 years before I come down and burn you," Tuesday Duty means that.
I don't know
Tiamat.
what that means. What?
5 heads, 5 colors,
Yeah,
big
Tuesday
primordial.
duty means Tiamat. Yeah, yeah.
That is quite a disrespect on that name, and I'm going to choose to ignore it rightfully. So get on with your point.
The White King, or the King in White, is, by all means, an egotistical monster. He is going to honor it, at least vaguely. 3 months means 3 months.
And let's say he does. What about the other things around? You so want to be next to that of beholders and giants?
Well, if there's an actual army of beholders, which, if there were, this school would be overrun a long time ago, just by sheer anti-magic field. But in the case of us being actually invaded by them, they weren't interested before, and we're not landing anywhere near the mines now.
My point in
Well,
being is it is an unknown factor. It could be true. Maybe nothing will happen. But that does still put their lives in danger. And they need to know that and understand that if that is what the choice that would be made is to be made.
then
Yes, we obviously
wouldn't the
tell
most
them.
optimal route, and I do mean the most optimal route, right? By common sense, is prepare an evacuation plan, and use it if we get invaded before that.
Have they been talked to about this at
Oh
all?
yeah,
Yeah.
there is also consent. That's totally my
Yeah,
bad. I completely
just-
forgot about consent.
That's why I talked
Yeah,
about
just-
this in the first place. If we had planned to try to use them or send them out. Of course, as I've told you all, towards them the same, I would say, if they so choose to flee now, I will not stop them.
Well, yes, we obviously tell them of the situation and let them decide on their own. But if they want to stay and help, we should let them stay and help. That's the same for anyone who wants to stay and help, and anyone who wants to leave can leave. We can use every single person to our advantage. Every soul hunter that stays is an extra force in our military. Every supporter that stays is an extra force in our background, helping gather supplies, helping rebuild buildings, helping mortar and pestle different potions. Every citizen that stays on their own is extra morale, extra personage, extra shops, extra anything. Anyone who stays is helping no matter what they're doing. If they want to leave, they're free to leave. But if they want to stay, then they have a use to us. It doesn't matter what that use is. If they want to help us and as being part of our military,
We
sure
get
they
them
are
out by
soul
teleport,
hunters.
right?
No, it's our ship, right? The ship is powered by the same thing.
No, they get out of the entire academy place by teleport, yeah, or gate or whatever.
How do people get out?
It was at first the ship, but because the ship has been dislodged from that of the actual place, that will probably no longer be an option at the very moment. And the teleport was through that of Destin Greyhound, but Destin uh, could only do that so much. So
So what is?
if there is a use for an
Yeah.
evacuation plan, it would probably take that of a good while to get everybody out if there was that of a lot of people still left.
Right. So we can just have maximal occupancy. If all we need is Dustin to get everybody out in, let's say, 2 days, right? And by everybody, I mean every non-combatant, then that's our maximum occupancy. After that point, everybody else has to be gone before, we land or whatever. That's like the closest in between, assuming that you don't want to just maximize the amount of people you have in here, but rather maximize precautions.
Agreed.
Like, I don't know how many that is, and I'm not gonna guess. But you guys do. I mean, at least he does. And she points right at Dustin.
Destin just looks very tired, bags under the eyes, and goes, "Too many people for me to do. But it is doable depending on how many you want gone, or how many want to leave."
Right, and which is why the immediate evacuation is over time. But I'm saying, like, if we end up having a surplus of people who want to stay, then you're gonna have to cut away at that if you want to minimize loss. It's
What I'm hearing is at the end of the day, we leave the choice up to them then. Up to all of them. Stay or leave.
the choice to leave, totally, but the choice to stay is assumably after a certain point they can't stay. Because Dustin's not going to be able to get them out in time. If, say, we do get suddenly invaded.
Unless we just let them stay the entire time they want to. I mean, yes, it would mean that we've got non-combatants, but the only difference between us and them is training and weapons, and we can fix one of those.
I mean, alternatively, we could fake foresight.
Yeah.
Like, is it dangerous to fake foresight? Totally. Because if we can't, everybody can. And someone's going to try to turn back real far.
We did that once before.
No, we didn't. That wasn't
At the
far
end of
enough.
the day, if they choose to stay, then they choose to stay. However, that is lives that are still put into our hands. That is what I will leave that at.
Oh no, it's your choice, Mr. Fame.
The
We've
choice
given you our
is,
opinions.
the choice is to them, has so clearly been put out, and understanding that choice to stay or go, that is for everybody. And if they choose to stay longer or choose to go earlier, I can only ask them to do so much. So that will be up to discussion for them. Hopefully,
Also, what's
we
up
will
with
get
this
some
giant
use,
blood
though.
pool?
Is it on a carpet?
Yeah, like what's up with this thing that looks like a blood pool but might be a carpet?
I could not give you the history of this. There is a reason why it is the forbidden room.
One just
Well, at
pokes
least you
at
aren't
Glacier's
sitting on
brain
the throne.
again and just goes, hey, you want to bet that you can figure out what this place is used for?
I don't know. Can she? I don't think she can because it's not a ruin or a religious site, unless it is a religious site.
I mean, it's got a big ass blood pool in the center of it. If that doesn't scream religion, I don't know what does.
I
It
can't
might be.
pop
It
out the background feature. Obviously, you'd have to check my sheet for it, but
What feature are you talking
it
about?
might be a cult. But
Archaeologist.
it's my background feature. I just know shit.
Archaeologists will not help you at this very moment. You would need time to actually even go through this place.
Madness.
Alright, well, Mr. Fane, is there anything else you'd like to ask of us?
I was waiting to hear on all of that of your ideas, as I said I had plans.
Plans for?
Plans for that one. As he points over to Amp. Amp points to himself like him?
What's going on with Amp?
Amp,
What isn't going on with Amp?
Amp has a lot of capabilities I've noticed, and there are some that I want to unlock. For him, I think we can make a greater purpose and a greater cause that would help our endeavors. Of course, it is up to Amp. However, I believe he could be of a great threat to the monsters by being one himself.
Yeah, he kind of does do that. Well,
Considering that Amp would probably like to be more of probably like to get into the idea of becoming bigger or better monsters, I think he would agree to it. Unless anyone has something else to say.
nah. I mean, of course, I would say that Principal's obviously evil, but Amp never listens to me anyway, so.
To be fair, I think that's a thought that Amp had on his own too.
Maybe. But he got persuaded.
Persuaded. And with that,
I'm
Bruno
pretty
will
sure
not believe this man.
I'm pretty sure the only one that wasn't in the camp of the principal being obviously evil was Glacier.
Bruno will not believe this man. But given that Amp isn't actually here, if this is basically just writing off his character, then whatever. I'm not going to stop him. I got other things to talk to.
this is something I would definitely like to work on with Amp here. You all, though, well, at least out of the teachers, we plan to set up some type of weapon to be able to help fight against that of these cores. I would suggest if you want, go around, talk to people, say goodbyes if you really want to, and prepare. In a week time, we will have to land. Afterwards, and I'm very much hoping afterwards, we will have time to become stronger for this incursion.
Yep.
You
And it's just
you then are all dismissed. A lot of butt cheek clenches going around.
One does say after that, after they're all dismissed, just like, oh yeah, do move in pairs if you're gonna be moving around in the school.
What?
She just points at Klein. Move in sets of 2.
Demise be for the best.
The moment that pairs are proposed, Glacier takes a look at her 2 party members and she thinks about it for a minute. And then she decides she's going with Devin.
fair enough. You say 2 party members, but you forget the NPC.
No, because theoretically Amp is going with the principal unless they're not starting right this minute.
No, her.
Amp staying.
Oh,
Amp
you.
is
What's
staying
her fucking name?
Tariq.
What's her name again? Tariq.
Oh yeah, true. It's okay. I think the choice probably still stands.
Probably. I just kind of look towards Fun. I'm just like,
Don't look at me. I'm going with her. And Fun points at Sharik.
no, that's not what I was looking at you for.
Right.
The way the party immediately latches to the NPCs.
And it's just like sitting there, but just like looking at her arm.
So, and
You.
knowing that this doom, this impending doom is coming, I guess I should ask, not specifically what you guys want to do this week, but what would you like to try to do this week to prepare? As I will say, definitely a lot of the civilians are already packing up their stuff, and this is probably like a day or two went by as it was explained to all the supporters and civilians already.
Fun's gonna ask Corona, hey Corona, you mind if I borrow the broken wand for a bit?
Sure. Do you need both halves of it or just one?
Both halves.
Sure.
I'm gonna go to Smith's Works.
Okay.
Knock on the door. No one?
By Smithworks, are you talking about Thunder Armor or are you talking about the supporters?
The supporters.
You don't need to knock. You see the doors already open and you already see some things are being packed, some things are being made. It is quite busy around already.
Fun's gonna go to the usual person she goes to, which is, I assume, is still the lead, or the one who pretends to be the lead. Yeah, busy?
She definitely seems busy at the very moment, like as she's kind of like seeming like she's trying to craft maybe some piece of armor at the very moment. I am quite busy, especially with everything that's been said and going around. And if you're here to deliver off more arrows, they are not needed.
Nope. When you end up having the time, if you ever decide to have the time, have these. She just passes them. The broken pieces of the wand.
She takes a piece of the wand. What is this?
What it used to be is apparently one of the 13 wands.
Can you stop speaking in gibberish? I can only take so much bullshit today.
Oh, no. Like, even the principal knows about this. It's apparently some weird legend. Super ancient magic stuff.
You're handing me some super ancient magic stuff that is broken.
Well, I mean, assuming because of its bullshit effects, I'd assume as base material, it's pretty bullshit too.
Hold on. She goes and proceeds to like look at it a little bit, seeing seeing probably the density of it. She goes and grabs a hammer, goes to smash on it, and it just dink comes right off. Bloody fucking hell! What is it made out of?
Dunno. But you know what it was meant to hold?
Soul.
I don't know how I'm supposed to know.
All the healing in a 240-foot radius and a soul.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to help me?
If you want to try to do something with it, go right ahead. If you don't, hand it back before you leave.
And what the bloody hell am I supposed to do with this? What?
I don't know, you can choose to weaponize it. Become a legend. Make something broken.
How do I weapon? Do you? Huh? Gave me an ancient artifact and just expect me to fix it? You think I'll just fix everything like that? See, she's
Huh?
visibly
Fix
upset.
it? No, don't fix it. If you fix it, that just makes everything worse. Never fix it.
What did she just is more visibly upset.
Use it in some way. If you want to know its effects, I can tell you. But you know, currently it's broken, so none of those effects will work. But no, on a serious note, you know, if you ever feel like what you're doing is going to barely make a dent, anything that if you are able to do anything with that is probably going to have a larger effect.
I will see what I can do, considering I have less than a week to potentially make something out of essentially some mystical magical bullshit that I don't know.
Less than a week if you intend to leave, yeah.
She looks around at most of the other people. If I choose to stay, I would be one of the only ones staying.
How often do you think the world is about to end?
Apparently every fucking day.
Do you know why I call Tiamat Tuesday duty?
She closes her eyes. She doesn't like she just like willfully her head turns away from you and closes her eyes and she doesn't say anything.
Fun just gets real close to her and just goes. Because whether you're aware of it or not, that is what she is. Something that appears basically every Tuesday. Not her specifically, but she's the most well-known one.
I dearly hope you are trying to get a rise out of me. Just to get a rise out of me. I really hope it. You know, don't even think about answering that because it was not a question, it was a statement. And I'm just going to willfully believe you are trying to mess with me. I will take a look at this. I will see what I can do. You're already stressing me out. You see her hair frizzes up a little bit.
All I'm saying is you could probably leave in 2 months instead. See you next Tuesday if it still exists. And Fun leaves.
You hear this probably the banging of what you would guess to be her head.
And then she pops her head back into all those who possibly overheard her. You know, the person whose name she still hasn't bothered remembering is ignoring everything. I wasn't kidding. Before walking out.
Bang. Followed by an ow.
Yeah, by the time Fun returns to Chrono, she's gonna be like, I'll have your wand back if I ever have it back.
You went to the blacksmith?
Yeah. Who else am I gonna torment?
Fair. I'm gonna go deal with this parasite.
Ooh. Hey, Glacier.
What?
I traumatized Smithsworks. You wanna go and encourage other people to stay?
I
For
really
longer
don't
than a
feel
week?
like we should be doing that. It doesn't. Kind of takes away the point of them having a choice.
I didn't say force them. But I didn't force anybody. Hell. All I did was present reality.
Listen, most of the people in the town, they're just people, and most of the people that are building stuff, they're just people too. We could go over to them and we could say anything we want, but at the end of the day, if we give them any false hope, that's kind of taking away their autonomy.
Hope.
Well, doing the opposite's even worse. If we convince them they're gonna die either way, then we're convincing convincing them to stay just so they will die. Really, I feel like we should just let them be. I don't even know most of them.
I will say.
I want to figure out how to carve more words into my soul.
Wait, what? Why would I? How would I figure out how to carve words on your soul?
Unjust points at Big Rat.
I don't see what he has to do with anything, but listen, before anyone goes anywhere, I feel like there's an important conversation I should have with you guys that I'm probably gonna have to go have again. You know, this whole war thing, this is not really why I'm here. I'm not gonna go anywhere, but if things start looking bad, you have to understand I'm not gonna stay. I'm not one that's going to die in combat or anything crazy like that. If
Glacier,
things come down to it, I'm going to run really, really fast.
Understood.
Glacier, it's perfectly fine.
It's
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah. Are you gonna be okay?
I don't know.
Let me
don't
be
know.
more specific. Are you going to be okay? Knowing what happens in the future. Like, are you gonna
I-
stay sane if you survive?
I don't know, but I feel like I need to be here.
Glacier, I appreciate everything you've done for this party. And I appreciate having been your, I don't know, friend, associate, whatever you want to call me, for however long I've been that.
Anyways, the reason why I thought you could help me, and why it's Big Rat, is because you're the second person that I know who has an external use of their soul drive.
Who's the first?
Live.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he had chips. I forgot about that immediately.
Okay.
I mean, mine's somewhat external. Guess it doesn't count.
I don't know. I'm just hoping it works out. You know.
I don't follow.
Well, I'm assuming because it's external use, you have an easier time doing something to somebody else, than anyone with an internal use.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
And also, you're an elf.
Something about that felt like profiling, but
Don't you guys look into your?
Yes.
yes, but
I have 3 right now, so it's a little hard to differentiate.
You have the easiest time getting into an understanding of the soul.
That is true.
listen, we can. All right.
Wait.
Okay.
But yeah, this is totally profiling. Like, guys, let's be honest. I am totally making this way worse than it sounds.
You know, after I
we could
agreed to
all-
help you, admitting that it's profiling probably. Anyway,
Now you already agreed to help. That means you're gonna help.
it's got to wait until after I've had the same conversation with some of the others.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, by the way, fun. There's something I should probably tell you.
Was a
So you know how there's a secret library that we went into and found the time machine thing.
me.
So there's a secret underground labyrinth kind of thing in the girls' bathroom that leads to a pond that you can either ask information from or ask for an item from, and it will usually give a weirdly adjacent answer and or part of the thing you asked for.
You had an answering machine this entire time and you never told me?
I mean, it can only be used once a week, and I wasn't really thinking about it a whole lot.
It's her quiet place.
Yeah, it's where I go to vibe.
Have
When
y'all
you see
been
me just
discussing this with
disappear.
Sharik around, or just she's off doing her own thing?
Mm.
Oh, Fun's actually gonna go. Hey, Sharik.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be training, or do you want to do something weird, or do you want to actually tell us everything that you do?
What do you mean?
Well, you have the bone, thing being your soul drive and all. You
Yeah,
have the
the
weird
bones
punch
protect
bit.
me.
Right. But like, how do you plan on preparing for, at minimum, this 1 week, or at maximum, the next 2 months?
Well, to me, it just sounds like I have to train my ass off. But I'm not afraid of fighting no monsters.
Fun concepts like Glacier, concepts like Corona. Did we tell her?
I mean, she's part of our party, and she kind of already overheard me say the things I just said.
Okay, but also, I thought we weren't telling people.
Telling
Right.
people what? I was kind of looking the other way.
Okay, so you didn't hear. Okay, so you didn't hear me. Cool.
Yeah, so like, we could tell her if, we all agree and this has to be a consensus. But, because that's a useful piece of information, she just has to keep it a secret. She's gonna be part of our party for a good while anyways.
Well, now I just want to know.
How good are you at keeping secrets?
Well, that's debatable on what the secret is.
What if it was world ending?
To who?
The
Literally the
world.
world.
Shouldn't everyone know then?
No.
No.
Well, can't be more world ending than what is happening now.
It is.
Oh, yes, it can be.
Sounds like someone's just scared.
Nah, we've seen it.
I stand by my vote.
Is that a no from you?
Yeah.
Then we ain't doing it.
No secrets for you, Sharik.
Alright, that's okay.
Either way,
to,
Fun,
to,
you
to
want to
put
go
into
see the answering
perspective,
machine?
actually, we'll put this into perspective. Oh yeah, I do want to go to the answer machine. We'll put this in perspective. The 13 wands that Corona had, we'll put that on a scale of 3 from 1 to 10. That's a 3. Yeah.
How much is 10?
It's the
The
end of
secret
the
that we're not
world.
sharing with you.
But, like, on a scale of how many punches is that?
3 is about all of the punches in your lifetime.
I could probably do more.
Let's put it this way. If we assume 3 is godlike entity, because that's
Okay.
what we're assuming, right? Whatever the hell is behind the 13 wands
Yeah.
is a godlike entity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yep.
10 is, it doesn't matter. Well, it almost doesn't matter how many of these godlike entities you have. It's gonna happen the way it's gonna happen. Like, you need something very specific.
All I'm getting is there's gonna be some big bad monsters to fight. That's what you're telling me right
Yeah.
now,
At a 10,
and that's getting me excited.
I mean, at a 3, it's a bunch of monsters, sure. At a 10,
It's the end of the world.
yeah.
Aren't you the one calling it Tuesday duty?
Tuesday duty
No,
is Tuesday
Tiamat-
duty. That's the end
Yeah,
of,
Tuesday duty is Tuesday.
life. That's
Yeah.
I thought
pretty.
we already established
natural.
when I came in that I wasn't gonna be afraid of none of that.
Right. Tuesday
Nah,
duty is
nah.
at a 4. You need to get
Yeah,
it.
Tuesday duty is only the end of life. Yeah.
Like, Tuesday duty is at 4.
Yeah. What we're talking about is end of like literal existence.
I don't know. Glacier, do you think Tuesday duty is at a 4 or a 5?
I
Probably
don't
a 5
know.
actually. Because 13 ones isn't that close to
I
Tiamat.
don't know how you guys are so casual about any of this.
I mean, if we
I've
took this
died.
all super seriously all the time, in sense of all this information must be held high at the forefronts of our minds, basically treating it as both sacred and cursed, we'd all go insane.
Glacier just looks at Fun, and she just seems tired.
Like, look at you. You take it seriously. You try not to think about it, but you take it seriously. It's like the abyss.
All I'm saying is
There
y'all are the
into the
ones that
abyss
are
and it stares
taking.
back.
All I'm saying is y'all are the ones taking this whole secret thing to a whole new level. So I don't know what exactly you're talking about, and I've already been told about one world ending, or maybe a few world ending things here already. So I'm not
No,
going to
they
be
aren't.
scared of
Nah,
that.
they really aren't. They aren't really world ending. They're just like
Devastating,
possibly just. Yeah,
And
they're
that
just
doesn't
world
affect me because
They're like a.
how am I
They're like a
supposed to
tier
know what
1
that
on the
level
scale.
is?
Yeah, they're like
That
a
is
tier 1 on the
entirely
scale.
fair. But anyways, enough about that. I mean, good luck with your training. If you need help, I'm always here, but
Yep. Alright, fine. Follow me.
Feel free to trade. Feel free to train with me, but I go pretty intense. I'll see you later.
peace.
All right.
So, fun you following Corona?
Yeah.
I'll
We're
go
just
to
having these
the...
hour-long conversations right after the big meeting. Fun's
I mean, we
traumatizing
can't tell...
somebody.
Yeah,
Glacier's
can't be
tired.
telling evil principal about all this. So I get to the women's bathroom. I go to the fountain, knock on the door. Malice, it's Corona. Hello. Say hi to Fun. Fun, this is Malice. This is one of the various siblings. This is the Guardian of Secrets. We met the Guardian of History, remember? Say hi, Malice.
You have been talking in the air to nothing.
Okay, Malice is being quiet. Let's go. Near.
Proceeds down into that of the pool. Have I shown this in a while?
I don't think you've shown it in a while. Because I know what it looks like.
Welcome to that of the pool of requirements. You can put yourself on the
You haven't
map
changed the
if you
map.
want.
Oh, there we go.
But this is the pool of requirements. Very
Alright, fun.
decrepit, dusty, maybe a little bit smelly here and there, but essentially it just seems like really clean water.
Can I
Alright,
use
fun.
it?
This is
With a statue of in the middle of the Matron of Ravens.
Alright, fun. Let me give you a little bit of information. This is the pool of requirements. Once a week, you can either ask for a material from it, or you can ask it a question and it will give you a vague answer. That's why I asked you about the mirror thing before, because I asked it how to look into souls and it gave me a mirror.
Can I
So,
use it?
yeah, just look into it and ask your question.
I was gonna look into the pool. She's gonna first describe how she caused words into her soul. And she's gonna ask, so how do I carve more than just one word? Because I don't know why I can't right now.
The pool glows up blue, but this is the first time you have ever seen Corona it glow a different color, as it glows up blue at first and then turns into a weird blood-like red.
Huh. That's new.
As a what seems to be like a raven shoots out from it directly into Fun's head specifically. Like you don't feel like it going through, like it goes through almost like it's like a spirit bird going into that of your head, as you will now be able to make 3 words.
Fun stands up. If Amp were here, we'd be going back to the clock right now.
But Amp isn't here.
He is not.
Now,
So,
I mean, now that you can do...
now with that being
Fun's
said,
current...
real quick, the pool of requirements, it went from being that of the blood-like red to not being back to its normal color now. Instead, it looks like a very gray-like water.
Rana's gonna do a very quick synopsis, if I can find it. Divinatory sense.
What are you trying to search for? Because it's not there.
He just does the divine sense, just seeing if anything's different or weird that wouldn't be there. But wait, did it count as celestial before, or hallowed before? I remember doing it before.
It counted as celestial before.
But it's no longer celestial.
You don't detect anything.
I just look over towards Fun. Fun, I think you might have accidentally used the entirety of the pool.
Sounds about right.
Where is Malice? He hasn't appeared.
I mean, assuming that Malice is anything like the other dude, probably avoided me because, I don't know if does she know all secrets?
She's the guardian of secrets, so I would assume she would know all of them.
Then,
at least for the school.
she probably avoided me because she knew what I was gonna do. And
Probably
the results of that.
question her.
Or, you know, maybe to a bunch of people, I'm kind of just this beacon of words and
Fair.
heresy. Most likely a lot of heresy.
This was where I learned about the 13 wands.
Oh yeah, totally a lot of heresy.
Yeah. Krana's gonna like look into the water. Just as a test. Wheel of cheese.
nothing happens.
Did you say this thing has
Alright,
like a
yep.
1 week cooldown?
I think it's 1 week per person. We're like the first time we came into here, all of us used the pool except for Glacier.
I see.
I'm just gonna correct you on
Glacier
that.
Maybe
wasn't
the
there.
pow-
To be
It
fair.
was
Yeah.
definitely one use per week.
Oh yeah. But yeah, kind of just like
Anyways, if we have the time,
maybe
we'll
the
visit here
power.
again.
Yeah, and we have what 2 weeks or a week.
A week before we land. 2 months before the invasion. Well, 3 months before the invasion, but you know.
I have a feeling we should go check on the secret library. Not to do the time machine, but because something feels off.
We would need amp if we want to go to the clock, assuming that we do want to.
No, just to check out the area because something just feels off.
I mean, if we want to, we can do that another day.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure that Glacier knows she's free. And, well, I'm gonna need to stop holding back.
And I need to deal with this parasite.
Oh yeah, you gotta do that.
Yeah, I'm a chill here if you want to leave.
Oh no, we're moving in pairs. There's the likelihood that you get ambushed and
Yeah.
possessed is so high. It's not even funny.
Possessed? No. Ambushed? Yes. Possessed? No.
Yeah, that was not a soul possession. That was definitely we puppet your body after
Yeah,
emptying your
regular
organs.
possession. Yeah, I fought against creatures that do that, and they're not really good at doing that against me. But yeah, travel in pairs. Yeah, let's go back to the dorm, and I'll deal with my parasite there, so that you can pair up with someone else.
So, who wants to do what first?
Well, I was going to say, while they're out at the fountain, Glacier would probably be going to Olgar, Devon, and Dianthus and having the same conversation of, like, if things go wrong during this invasion, she's not planning to stick around. I don't know if you would want to play any of those,
I'm
if
just
any
gonna
of
give you
them
the
would have
quick
any strong
description.
reaction.
I'm gonna give you the quick description. For Devin, he would not blame you. He is completely understanding as this whole situation is turned upside down. Who is the other person? Not Dianthus.
Olgar.
Olgar is in the same vein of he doesn't even want to be here. He's thinking himself that he wants to leave, but for the greater good of humanity, he's convincing himself that he should stay.
Yeah, me too.
And Dr. Dianthus Reed, though, he gives you the opposite spiel of saying, if you don't fight, then who else will? And I'm not going to get into the spiel, but it's like it literally is like he's giving you like one of those very long life lessons life lectures that he's just like, why are you even here if you don't believe you can be? Kind of going into the whole fact of you should be here to help fight because you are special.
I don't know. I just wanted my degree. All I wanted was to be able to finish school.
Well, it seems like you're meant for much more now.
I don't want to be more.
You said I don't want to be here.
Um,
Yeah, the rest of that time is just you could talk back and forth with Dianthus Reed as you want there, but that's pretty much it's just gonna be a lecture back and forth.
yeah. once Corona gets back to the dorms, she's gonna sit in her bed, look at her arm. You said that you could grant me power, and I told you to shut the fuck up and not mess with my dreams. I'm gonna go to sleep now. We're gonna have a talk. Me and you. Alright? You want to give me power in exchange for something, we can have that conversation. Because now's the time to do it. You're not gonna have the time to have this conversation any other time. It's either now or never. Choose, parasite,
You try
and I
to
will lay in bed.
proceed. You try to proceed after saying that, thinking about even potentially laying down. But you hear actually something in the back of your head before you do. I will not work with an incompatible host.
Incompatible. Then why are you on me in the first place?
Silence is followed.
Oh. You don't want to talk, huh? And obviously you have a different conscience than I do, so why don't we do this? Circle around me. Let's see if this works on you as well.
Are you zone of
Zone-
truthing?
Zone of truth. Make me a charisma save for the parasite. And if I have to make the save for the parasite, I'm gonna say that I fail.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what. I'm not going to say anything that happens here because I'm looking at how it works, and I'm just going to say you just do the spell.
You do have to tell me. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails. So I do know if it is a different creature than me, whether or not it succeeds or fails.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not a different creature than you.
Well, then I know I fail, so that means it fails.
Go ahead. I mean, that doesn't change anything.
All right. Incompatible host, huh? And it just sits. What does it mean to be compatible? Hmm? For me to follow all your orders? For me to do as you say? Tell me.
You get no response.
You don't want to talk, huh? You're a parasite. You need me to live. And I can end my life pretty quickly.
And if you do, you will die. There will be no coming
And
back.
so will you. There may not be coming back, but you'll die with me.
Throw the
Answer my
parasite
questions.
into Corona with the fucking you die if you're killed.
You will die if you are killed.
Corona said, I'll kill myself, and the
You-
parasite said, yeah, and then you'll be dead.
You plan on taking on that of the King in White. I will not partake.
Oh, is he your king too? King of all goop?
If that is what you believe.
Oh, you're phrasing your answers in such specific ways because you know how I think. You know Zone of Truth is up, don't you? You will not face the King of Light. And he will be fighting us anyways. He will obviously notice you if I am there and still alive. I assume he will probably still try to kill me anyways, because I am in his way. I will not follow him because he is against my cause. All right. So what about after? Because the King of Light will die. One way or another. If you are part of it or not. Because I will be facing him. Most likely, if I survive that long. If I don't, you die with me anyway, so what's the point? But if we do survive long enough, he will be the one that goes down, not me. But I don't have the time to be thinking about that. You have one chance to thrive, to survive, to make something better. You can be free from this King of Light. But you cannot be free from me because you need me to live. As far as I can tell. You do not seem to have the capacity to take me over unless I allow you to. Which is good. So what is it that you want?
I am simply here to exist. And in this existence, I will give you that of a warning. For you are right in one way. I do not wish to die. But if it happens, so be it. The one warning I give to you, though, to that of my incompatible host, the King in White is not the one you should be fearing.
Is there a Queen in Black? It's fucking chess.
What else was it?
We have a King in White, but he is obviously just a face, given what you're saying. And if he's the one that I shouldn't be afraid of, then obviously there's someone behind him. We know of 4 threats, technically 5. Threat number 1, the Beholders. But as far as we know, they have nothing to do with the King. Threat number 2, the Frog Prince and Mother Jane. But once again, they have nothing to do with the King in White. Threat number 3, the Necromancer army with the Lich. Once again, has nothing to do with the King in White. Threat number 4, the King in White. Threat number 5, the 666th year, on the 6th month, on the 6th day, all of existence will end. But that's too far in the future for me to have any sort of plans on. And even if they are the one who are making these creatures, these threats, we don't really need to worry about them until that day comes or until we force it to come earlier. So the one you must be talking about is either a new threat or one that is part of the White King's threat that either supersedes him or works under him. You are black.
A fool. You have already
I'm not the most
allowed this
intelligent
threat
person.
here. That will be your undoing.
Oh, is it the principal? Well, Given that I have Zone of Truth up, I know you're telling the truth. Wait, I allowed it in? Specifically me? Or just in general, like, the people that are here allowed it in? Because that's a good distinction to ask.
It does not give any further statements.
Alright. So what? The deal is I take care of this bigger threat and then you give me more power, or you give me more power in order to take over this bigger threat, or what's the deal here? Alright? Because we don't have time. We don't.
I would say it doesn't say anything for a good hot minute, and then it proceeds on. This threat is nearby. Whether you live or die because of it, I will be fine with that much. Even if you die, and if I die, including because of that, it will be because of a greater cause.
Man. Is anyone else in the room with me, or has everyone left?
Everybody's been gone. You've just been talking to yourself.
Just like kind of thinks for a moment. So what, do you want me to be part of this greater cause? What is the cause? It's closer than I think it is. Well, I have allowed a couple of things. The mimic, but that was taken care of. Looks around the room. I'm about to attack everything that's in this room. Attack everything.
Everybody comes back, their beds are destroyed.
But number one was the mimic. I did allow that in, but that was taken care of. What else did I allow in? I allowed Amp in. And Amp does have that weird... Is Amp evil? Is the principal evil? Is Amp evil? Okay, who else did I allow in? Or what else did I allow in? The wand, but that's broken. We didn't allow Medusa in. She just came part of it. Glacier was always here. Fun was someone else. Live was someone else. The only things I can think of are the Mimic, a couple various items, and Amp are people that I specifically have had a hand in allowing in here. The Mimic was taken care of. The potion was a Mimic, and it was taken care of. Amp is currently doing stuff with the principal, so he could be evil. None of my souls are from outside, so it's probably not any of them. You are from inside, and you wouldn't be talking about yourself. Alright, conclusion. It's Amp. You're probably not going to confirm that. Alright, cool.
Definitely got
Good
no
to know.
responses.
My guy, are you going to give me a response if I say the correct thing, or are you just going to vibe? Ooh, you're just going to vibe. So you don't care whether or not I die, and you don't care whether or not you die because it's all in favor of a greater cause. That's the whole thing? So what's your motivation? This greater cause?
The greater cause, or for you to become stronger.
Okay. But does me becoming stronger further this cause?
That depends on the direction you take it.
All right. So, why don't you help me become stronger? If that's one of your two goals, is either furthering the cause or making me stronger.
Because you are
We
weak.
can work together. Well, duh. Your whole thing is either furthering the cause or helping making me stronger. If I'm already weak, that's the whole idea of making me stronger is so that I am stronger. Like, do I need to be stronger in order to get more stronger? That doesn't really make sense, because then I'd just be stronger.
At least he's catching on.
I'm a she.
It literally doesn't say anything.
What? Sorry, I had to. All right. So why don't we work together? Tell me how to become stronger. Train me. Help me. I know I'm already weak, but I want to become stronger. I want to gain that strength. Not just through supernatural powers, but normal work. So, if we have to make a deal, what's the deal? But if it's just you helping me, let's go.
And this is why I say you are that of a fool. You want my help.
Be-
There are two ways. One, which you refused, and you have refused, and will refuse, is to let me take over. Or am I incorrect in this fact?
Currently, you would be correct, because I see no reason to let you take over.
And secondly, assimilation between a host and the parasite. Assimilation between that of you and I would require for you to become stronger, not an effort that I can help you with. Your body is weak,
Okay.
and your mind is frail.
Okay, that second part's just incorrect. I may not be smart, but it is not frail. I can agree, though, that my body is weak. Alright, so assimilation. What does that inquire? What does that mean? I know what the word means, but specifically.
It means that we would become one.
Alright. So our minds would intertwine. I would still be me with all of the things that I normally do, and you would be there too. So instead of taking over, we would work together.
You could say that.
All right. That's more along the lines of thinking. Let's do it.
The word words are said.
I know you. What? You think I? You know? You say I'm weak, but you've seen me. I fought those fucking that demon or the bone devil, and then the giant centipede. I've survived this long. What's the worst that can happen? Death again?
You say that as the arms that you have, you feel every bone in your arms break, literally shattered,
Hmm.
as you feel the excruciating pain. As
Ah.
you will then feel the bone structure re-put it, basically kind of re-come back with the same pain, almost 3 times the amount though.
Okay.
That
I get
is
it.
merely the start, and you are weak.
Well. Ow. That hurt a lot. Okay. So, how do I deal with bones breaking? Let's see. I could heal it as it goes. Got a couple healing spells. Though that was a lot of damage. A lot of pain. Alright, so roughly how strong would I need to become for assimilation to work? On a scale from 1 to 20.
Much stronger.
On a scale from 1 to 20 where I'm at 9.
200.
Okay. That's a bit higher than I expected.
Did you not want the truth?
I mean, you are literally in a zone of truth. And so am I, so everything I'm saying is the truth, and everything you are saying is the truth. Alright, cool. Assimilation is what I'm going for, so assimilation is what I'm gonna have. I can't become 200 because that's impossible. But we can work around this. I just need to do some research. So I'm gonna do some research this week. And then I'll come back to you. I know you're gonna be here the entire time, so maybe just like chat instead of being silent the whole time. And we can like talk about things. I don't know. Guide me in the right direction. You may not be able to make me physically stronger right now, but just guide me along the way. Be like, no, that's obviously a dumb thing to do. Or
Like a
you should look up
broken-
this sort of stuff.
Like a broken record, he says,
Yes.
I will not work with a incompatible host.
Bro, my guy, you either work with me or I don't know. You your neither of your goals will happen. Either you work with me or neither of your two goals will happen. Because whatever your first goal is, which is attaining the fucking prophecy or whatever, that's not gonna happen. And the second thing of me getting stronger, sure, I'll get stronger normally, but without help, it's gonna be very hard to do because none of the teachers here are really helpful with any of the things that I do. There isn't a single paladin or cleric in this entire school, and the one teacher that does soul meditation stuff doesn't even have a clue as to what I do with my soul. So you're the only hope I got here, buddy. So either you help me or neither of your goals are obtained. And I know you don't want that to happen.
I'm gonna tell you, this is at an unfortunate point where I think at this point, this thing will not say anything else. Any
All right.
further conversation you have with it, it will also stay silent.
Alright. You think on that. I'm gonna undo the zone of truth and go to the library and do research for the rest of the week. Maybe how to make my bones stronger or some shit. I don't know.
With that being said, um, Fun and Glacier, what have y'all two been doing? As I'm assuming now this is in the more week per se phase before any plan gets put through.
I don't have a lot. Glacier's probably going about and trying to have as normal a school life as possible. She doesn't feel the need to make any extra preparations because she doesn't know what she would do.
Okay. Fun?
Um, Fun is going to ask Glacier another time. When they eventually meet up again. Hey, I have enough words to not deal with the deaths that we dealt with.
Huh?
I have enough words to never have been here.
How do you think that helps that problem?
No, like I can carve enough words into my soul to never have been here. I'm not great at people, and I'm not really keen on fighting everything and then just going back and then having you guys do it all over again. And we do need 4 people to enter the clock, so
But what are the words on your soul? How does that relate?
well, we know that they stick around even if we turn back the clock, so and I have enough words to know what to do.
Okay. Okay.
So, I mean, if you feel
So,
like it, we can have Liv here instead of me.
is that what you want?
It's going to happen regardless if we go through this fight or not. The question
Do
is, would you rather chance me remembering how this fight goes, or just have Liv here? Because either way, we need to tell Sharik to join us.
I mean, it would be nice to have Liv back, but how do we know that if we do this, it won't mess up everything even worse somehow?
Because everything else is an outside variable. Like, they're not related. Liv being here means that I'm not here. You guys will probably still have the same exam before the big news. The battery still runs out the same. Literally
Have
the only
you
thing that changes is probably Corona never gets the parasite.
have you have you talked to Corona about this?
You're the one who's most against Sharik knowing things. And that's a parasite.
I mean, I'm still against it, but
The only difference is this time, if we turn back the clock, or if I turn back the clock, I should be able to get into the school earlier and save, if not save both Corona and Liv, at least, you know, make sure that I don't have a reason to be here. It'll be journey complete for me.
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
That's
I'll
Hope
go
for the
talk
best.
to Corona. And Fun's also going to approach Corona. Corona.
Oh, hey, I had my mic
Yeah.
muted. Cool.
I got Glacier down to tell Sharik about the time thing. Because, you know, we can probably just turn back the clock now.
Okay.
Because I can probably have everything set up. Do you remember what day, what night it was that you died?
Roughly. We went into the basement of. Oh yeah, that's what happened. Sorry, it's a little hazy trying to remember before death. Yeah. Let's see. How long ago? Okay, out of character. I have no idea. I know Corona would remember, but
I know we had at
no
least
clue.
one 6-month time skip, right?
No, that was
Yeah,
before.
we've had. Yeah,
Because
That was
otherwise,
before.
I'm pretty sure that was before.
Probably
'cause-
wasn't more than a couple of months then, right?
yeah. Natsu, do we know
been a little bit.
what the date was?
I'm pretty sure it was a few months back.
Yeah. Well, whatever the date is, Corona will be like, yeah, it was this such and such.
I
Guess if
mean,
we
even
go
if we
back
don't
into
remember the exact date, if we have a general time frame, then things would work out.
yeah.
If assuming that the date is just the date, put solely in numbers, this is her first option. If that's not viable, then her second option would be, with the thing in brackets being the thing.
So we're planning on going back in time, fun.
Basically. But Natsu, which one of those is is the first one viable, or does it have to be the second one?
No, it would have to be a second one because it's a word you're saving. So technically, if it was a number, that's a word.
Perfectly fair. Was that day any type of holiday?
I'm gonna say not in specific.
That's perfectly fair. Then yeah, she's gonna go with the second one. Because, you know, it is what it is. And then I suppose she's gonna go to Sharik.
Tariq's just training.
Yeah, Sharik,
Yeah, what's up?
you wanna join us? By us, I mean myself, Glacier, and Corona, as we go and show you, number 10?
Well, the way that you're saying it doesn't sound that scary, so why not?
Cool, cool, cool. You'll know it for as long as you do know it. Come on.
Whatever that means.
And yeah, I suppose we're all just heading to the library.
All right. You see,
Down to the secret.
you see, plenty of books are being taken away at the very moment, being packed up.
This one.
Yeah, Fun's just gonna go to the secret library.
Okay.
Do we need to reintroduce ourselves to the History Guardian, or are they even active?
Yeah. Is Is Wonder there?
You proceed on in. I'm gonna put you on the map here, but I haven't done everything yet. Um, for one, no, there is no guardian there. However, getting past
Is
by
Bookworm there?
everything pretty normally, you will see Bookworm there, in front of that of the big time, it's time sundial.
Okay, wait. Before we go forwards, Fun. You also noticed how Wonder wasn't there this time?
Yeah, that's a pretty big sign, but also, you know, I assume they've been taken out by the goop.
No, well, maybe Wonder, but Malice is a ghost.
Then maybe I'm just that scary. Or,
The
you know,
power
this
source
is...
is going out, right?
They were not powered by the
Something.
same thing. There's no way.
All right.
Because remember, you found this before the school started flying, and the school needed to start flying after, you know, the entire thing.
Yeah. Hello,
Anyway,
Bookworm. We need to use the device.
You really don't.
is it still functioning as properly as it should be?
Depends on how functional means for you.
If I turn it back, does it still turn back time?
Who knows? All I can
Then
tell
I
you
gotta
is,
try.
if you do, it'll be your mistake. As Bookworm will proceed to go over to some books.
The journey is a
Okay, can
journey.
you?
Oh, and
Yeah.
Fun looks back to Sharik and says, "This is a clock that counts to the end of time."
I've seen worse.
When it says time ends, time ends. If you turn it back, you literally turn back time. If you turn it forward, please don't.
Yeah, don't.
This is an hour hand, this is a minute hand from what we've seen. So,
One of these is like a day hand or something.
no, there's only 2 hands.
Oh yeah.
Fun is
All
gonna
right, let's go
grab...
back.
Fun's gonna grab the hour hand, because she's grabbed both before. And she's gonna turn it back to about a week before Liv has died.
So how are you supposed to calculate that?
This has been a day hand, so, and it's been working as a normal clock. Because we've turned it back, you know.
You turned it back last time, but I'm going to reinstate this to you guys because this was last time. You spun it quite a few times and still only landed in certain places.
Absolutely. We spun it all the way back. We went to the beginning of time when we spun it, assuming that the hour hand was a month hand, I think it was like, what, a quarter of the circle? It was only 3 hours. Therefore, the hour hand as many days as it would, like, as many full cycles as it would to take. Assuming the hour hand is an hour hand, to reach a week before the date of Liv's death.
I mean, this is
ticking till the end of time, and it's currently ticking. So if we just want to do one test, we could do it one tick, whatever a tick mark is. See how much time that was in the past, and then
No,
use that
because
as our
we've had enough
basis.
tests, is the point.
Yeah,
Like,
but
we've had enough tests to try
done
it.
tests.
The worst that happens is I end up slightly more than a week before. Or slightly less.
I just look at my arm.
And we're not going to
told you.
assume we know where the beginning of the clock starts. Fun is actually going to use the point where the hour hand is right now as the start of the cycle backwards.
So, I think with everything that's being said here and has happened here, I'm going to give you two choices here. One choice, first choice would be this could just potentially be the end of the campaign there. And I say that specifically because if you turn back time and it is correct, then you could essentially stop a lot of things from happening, such as some people's death, such as giving warning to that of the future of things that will happen. There is a lot that you could end up changing in the entirety of the timeline for a better future. And I think at that point, that would be the end of the campaign.
The only problem with that is that we don't have the memories when we go back. The only reason that we know Liv is going to die is because of the words ingrained on Fun's soul.
Well, we sometimes remember the time travel. Not always, but sometimes.
I think the most important part is if we do remember, then we do remember. Otherwise, the only thing that happens is the undoing of, like, 2 deaths.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, we just come back to this situation, and then we go back. And one of those times we'll remember if we get it correct.
I understand what I'm telling you right now. This is
Right, wait.
there's certain triggers that will or have not allowed for that memory. And again, I'm telling you, if you go this route, this would be the end.
Okay. What's number 2?
The second option is something happens. I will not say what specifically, but something happens, and we proceed on to the next session, where probably you guys would have to end up potentially fighting that of the White King, leading into a true future that maybe you all can control. Or, again, just going to the past, changing it for what could be better or worse.
So either end the campaign here, or continue on with just the 3 of us.
I'm not trying to make this like be a big decision like that, but when with this place in specific, again because of the trigger that it does have for it, uh, this whole thing here, again, that would be a lot to. That's a lot of change going on. That's gonna be the entirety of the campaign was essentially changed because of your guys' decision uh, of going back. But at the end of the day, maybe it's for the best. Every terrible thing that's happened that you guys have been here for, maybe it can be all reversed.
Tossing out my thoughts into the world, right? If we end the campaign here, a little bit underwhelming because we were all just kind of memeing about here. If we don't, it sounds like fighting the White King was going to be our end game anyway. We probably only have a session or two left at the most. And I think that that option, as described, sounds more whole as an ending? Question mark.
Do we want to go out fighting, or do we want to go out with a whimper?
I'm not saying this is the whimper way either. I'm saying that this is the ending that you guys can also end up making, because if you guys go, this is
I'm
like
just saying that
not
that's
a
basically Glacier's argument.
I
Right.
am fine either way. Um, like in both cases, we
Yeah.
already know that the campaign's ending in like 1 or 2 sessions after this, if not this.
Yeah.
So
Right.
Yeah. I feel like in character Corona would choose to go backwards, but this is like an out of character voice.
but I'm fine with leaving it up to you, Natsu.
I mean, I'm of the
Yeah.
same opinion. It's always going to be the DM's choice, in my opinion. But that is my thoughts on that.
well.
Yeah.
This I get the DM's choice, but this is the choice that I'm letting you guys have specifically because, and I'm not trying to say I want to leave it at a per se lame ending, but to me, this is also an awesome ending. No matter which way you go, you guys could live.
Yeah. I
Basically,
mean,
my thoughts are you guys could potentially fight on and potentially become that of the greatest soul hunters to ever exist, or you guys could fix the past and potentially change that of the future to become uh pretty much more prepared in order to actually fight on that of the soul hunters more as a united front, you could say. Literally, the possibilities would be left up to you guys. And if you want me to be real honest about it, I did not expect y'all to come down here. That's all I'm gonna say.
bro,
Um.
you give us a time machine and expect us not to go there?
Yeah. No. First of all, but
But the way
maybe
that
this
it
is
worked at first, no, I didn't.
maybe this is a discussion that we should have throughout the week rather than 30 minutes past our usual end time and at the last minute. Either last session becomes an epilogue of us solving all the problems or it comes to combat.
As much as I understand that, I also would need some time to prepare a couple of things. That's why I'm like, I kind of would need to know if it is or isn't.
Fair enough.
Right. So I suppose the only person with an actual opinion of the two options is really you, Angel. Which ending do you want to feel like going through?
Ah, man, you putting a lot of pressure on me. I was just vocalizing thoughts.
I mean, at
I
the end
don't
of the
I
know,
day,
mean,
man.
here's what we
you can
can
flip
do.
a coin.
We roll a 1d20 on a 1 through 10. It's option number 1. 11 through 20. It's option number 2. Leave it up to chance.
At that point, just flip a coin.
I mean, yeah, but it's fun if we use a d20.
Feel the pressure angle.
What do
Feel all the
we?
pressure.
You
Well,
got
no,
it.
because hold on. I was about to raise this as like an actual in-character question. What do we feel like the most in-character outcome is? What do we think the natural progression of this would be?
Rana and character would go back in time. As
Um,
that's her choice.
Glacier came down here to save Liv.
Fun literally existed here just to revive her brother.
So in character, it's option number 1.
That's what it sounds like.
Option number 1 it is.
Sounds like option number 1.
All right. Then, with that being said, you guys proceed to put back the clock however far you guys wanted to, as you've already tested it quite a bit then, and proceeding it back this time, not specifically understanding what the trigger was for it, you all kept your memory. And in doing so, what I'm going to ask each of you here, how it is that you guys uh, proceed uh, proceed on to essentially do your thing real quick here. Doing your thing, I mean, how do you save the world? Doesn't have to be big and out there. I just wanted to know, in when your own words, what did you do to save the world, or and your friends, however you want to put it?
Depending on how far back we go, if we are just going to before life's death, meaning we're still underneath the school, if that's how far we go back, first we deal with that encounter without dying. um, Maybe Corona still dies so that she doesn't have to deal with the fucking wand, but maybe she doesn't. I don't know. But the main thing with Corona is information. Information is key. So, at this point in time, the Illithid would still be the principal in charge.
If the music is glitching and you hear a lot of it, just turn down the music because I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, Saddam Nerdus. So Corona would go to Mr. Saddam Nerdus and just tell him the information. Be like, hey, we found a time machine, first of all. Second of all, we have information about the future. And here's what happens in a possible future that we can avoid.
It will take a lot of convincing, but considering that you guys also can call that a future events, especially of how far did you guys go back before or after the plant takeover?
So I guess my question, because I also have questions about how far we're going.
Yeah.
If we go back once and
If-
we know that it works, would our party then go back further to try and correct more?
I feel like Corona would limit herself to before, like, if we were to time travel, the most she would allow herself to time travel is before the wand. Because after the wand feels like anywhere earlier than like us obtaining the wand doesn't feel genuine. I don't know to her. I don't know why. But I feel like that's the furthest she would allow. But if that's not how far back we go, then
I'm down for any answer. It just
This is really up to interpretation.
I feel like the
from you
point.
guys.
I feel like
It's-
our goal was saving lives, so it would be after the plant invasion. So we would be underneath the school in the basement area. Is I feel like where we would end up in time. Because that was our goal.
after him, though, I feel like Glacier would try to advocate for going back further for Odd and even Igneos, all the way back in the first dungeon, ended up getting permanently paralyzed.
We could go back to when we first started school. Would stop the first principal from fucking leaving. We could do that.
Is that the play? Do we just undo the entire campaign?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the play. We undo the entire campaign. We stop the
Alright.
first principal from leaving and tell them about the future or a possible future that we can avoid. And we can prove it by showing off that we have not only knowledge of the future, but powers from the future. We still have all of the knowledge and experience from the future, so we can show that we have, like, I can show that I have Dispel Magic or other third level spells, and you have your Psychic Knives and a better Big Rat. We can show off that we
are from the future. We have proof.
Do you want to take your narration starting from the beginning, and then we can pass stakes?
Know what? This was Glacier's idea after the first time travel, so Glacier, you go first.
If we're heading all the way back to the beginning, then Glacier would probably be taking all of her training a lot more seriously. Her development wouldn't be very slow reading books. It would be a lot of, holy shit, the world's about to end. She probably is very insistent on trying to keep the school from getting overridden with plants in the first place. Not only is that the point where everyone forgot us, but that's the point where everything really started going wrong. And that's
We
the
stopped
point where
Mother
she lost
Jane.
her connection with the professor. What's up?
Yeah, we stopped Mother Jane.
Let's just start there. How does that go, Natsu?
You guys going back to stopping Mother Jane? You don't even know where she was at the time.
Yeah.
Nah, all the
No,
way back to the beginning of the campaign.
all the way back to the beginning, making sure the first principal doesn't leave the school. And Mother Jane was still at the school at the time, so we can stop her right then and there.
When your first action is assassinate a professor.
We can
We gave
show and prove we
we
are from
just-
the future, and we can stop things from happening. And worst case scenario, we know where the secret library is, so we can try it over and over and over again until they do believe us.
And if we're taking our training more seriously and starting from level 9, then by the time we actually reach that point, we got to be at least level 11, 12. We're
And
probably in
depending
a
on
better
if
place
we
to
keep
jump.
and if we keep going into the future and then time travel again, we could be level 20 at the start of our adventure. Theoretically.
All I'm hearing
When you
is
turn the
you guys
campaign into
beat
one
my
singular
campaign.
session.
Like, I get it. It's
Yeah.
okay.
you give us a time travel machine, Natsu. You gave us a time travel machine. Did you not think of the consequences of your actions?
Oh, I knew about the consequences. I just didn't know if you understood the consequences.
I did.
So, do we jump
And-
the frog? Does everyone still remember
Yeah.
us?
So
Yeah, we stopped the first principal from leaving. We kill Mother Jane.
Wait. Natsu was about to. We have raised what we would like to do.
Break your campaign.
give me a second, because there's a reason why I'm trying to play some epic music here.
What's fun doing in all
You-
this? I know you.
You lot choose to turn back time. Turn the tables back to when it all started, at least for you lot. Proceeding to try to change that of the past. When you get there, you will all proceed to give that of the warnings. Get stronger as you're probably still under the level as you were before. Kuroda, you wouldn't have your souls beforehand. There's a couple of problems that would arise from it, as such as you getting stronger. But for all of you, it would be easily capable of becoming stronger because you know how to now. Proceeding on, you would be able to fight those that need to be fought, convince those that need to be convinced, become that of a true soul hunter. Everything is in the words of your own domain, as you now control that of time. But before you control that of time, there is one thing.
No. Tiamat, no. White
You
lady,
must-
no.
There's one thing you must all understand before you can go back, before you can change the future for the better or for the worse. And hopefully it will be for the better. You all are put into that of an unknown space.
Time jail.
Unknown to time, unknown to space,
Oh.
have
Sharik's here
that.
too. Hi, Sharik.
of one epic battle with what would have been the very big monster that was hiding within the clock. The paper terror.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to say we'll end the campaign there as you all dive in epically to your fight with time itself. And with that, we'll end our campaign here. So goodbye, everybody.
I was hoping that was a nat 20.
It was amazing having everybody here. Episode 32 was the finale. We say our goodbyes. There's no womps here, only amazing. Everybody's beat the campaign. Let's go!